Now we'll move on to the first technical session to be presided over or chaired by Professor Pramod Kumar Das. Das, are you there? Start the session, please. Invite scholars.
Yes, sir. So with this, the inaugural session is over, and we shall start our first technical session. And we have 3 speakers, and we have time limit of 90 minutes. But we shall allow each speaker for 25 minutes, and we shall reserve 5 minutes for discussion at the end of all these 3 talks. So first of all, we shall invite our first speaker, Professor Satya Pradhan ji, Center for Vedantic Studies, Hayward, USA, and his topic is Defining Consciousness Using Advaitic Metaphysics, Neuroscience, and Biological Naturalism. Sir, please present yourself.
Professor Satya
Pradhan ji.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning or already good afternoon, everybody. Let me share my screen. So can you see the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'll go to the slideshow mode. So thanks, Professor Selvam, for inviting me for presenting some of my work here. Just a few points before I start the presentation. I mean, what we have been hearing so far is a lot on the philosophical aspect of consciousness, and my presentation will be slightly different. I'll be more focusing on what we are or what people in the field have been doing in last 30 to 40 years time frame. So with that, like my background, actually, by the way, Professor Selvam, I don't teach. I'm not in an academic profession. So I'm involved with the Center of Vedantic Studies, where one of our main goal is to use some of the Vedantic ideas to apply them to the contemporary research work, and consciousness studies is one of the things. And this is a non-profit organization where some of us, we are volunteering our time to do the research. And I myself work in tech industry. So I'm a full-time employee at Google in Silicon Valley in California. And I work in the cloud technology area. And my sort of interest in consciousness studies particularly comes from the measurement of consciousness. So we'll talk a little bit more detail about that but during my presentation. So I'll go over a few of these topics here, just introduce some of this problem, and look into the organization of consciousness in Advaita Vedanta, and then discuss a bit more about the proposed definition, and how do we apply those definitions to some of the contemporary challenges, and then talk about some of our ongoing and future work. As you have seen, as we had in last several talks, consciousness has been a major area of study for many years. In fact, going back to Vedantic time in thousands of years back. But what is happening is all those years, consciousness study has been limited to Department of Philosophy, or basically philosophers have been studying consciousness for all those years. But what has happened in late 80s, early 90s, with advances in neuroscience and particularly non-invasive brain imaging technologies like fMRI, MEG, EEG, consciousness study has come to the mainstream science. In fact, in one of the recent survey paper, over the period of 10 years from 2007 to 2017, there were more than 1,100 articles published related to consciousness. And among all those articles, there are 29 different theories of consciousness. That kind of shows in a very subfield of consciousness studies, the extent of interest within the scientific community. But if we look at all this progress, despite everything that has happened in the last 40 years or so, consciousness study still remains one of the most challenging contemporary area. and it confronts several challenges. Some of them are foundational challenges, and one of the main thing is there is no clarity and consensus on a definition of consciousness. We all talk about consciousness, we all think, we feel, experience, but what is it? How exactly you define consciousness from a scientific perspective so that it can be used for different field of study within the consciousness. And the third area of problem is on the measurement of consciousness. In fact, the measurement problem of consciousness is slightly lagging behind the scientific study on neuroscience and other areas, but it is gaining momentum, and there is really not much progress within the measurement of consciousness. And that's an area of my active research, and because of there is no real progress, I kind of started looking into the definition of consciousness and came to this this paper I'm presenting today. So if you look at one of those three problems I talked about on the foundational challenges, there are many foundational challenges, and I picked some of these top 5 of them. The subjectivity problem, explanatory gap, specificity problem, combination, decombination related to panpsychism and cosmopsychism theories of consciousness. And then the upcoming question is consciousness in artificial systems, AI systems. And I'm sure you must have heard about some of these recent announcements, particularly from my company at Google, about the progress in the quantum computers. Quantum computer has been, quantum computing technology has been bogged down with some error correction problem for last 5 to 6 years, and there has been good progress in fixing the error correction, and that brings some of these computers at par with human intelligence, or very soon it will be more powerful than human intelligence. And in those cases, the obvious question is, do we consider these AI systems complex, conscious? So these are some of the questions that are sort of remaining, and we'll talk about this problem when we look into the application of the proposed definition to these problems towards the later part of presentation. The second problem is on the clarity on the definition. Just to give you some example, I picked up a couple of research papers, and in one paper, consciousness is defined as a stream of experiences that appears when you wake up in the morning and disappears when we fall into deep sleep. That means, like, when we are deep sleep, we are just gone, unconscious, everything is gone. But that works for the paper by Gomez. So he uses that definition. Another definition, awareness of the outside world, our body and ourselves. And what about if when we are not aware of it? If somebody loses awareness temporarily for some reason, what happens to consciousness? And we can find, if we search or ask 10 people about what the consciousness is, we may get 15 different answers. But despite all the differences, despite all these disagreements, there is one thing that is a consensus among researchers in the contemporary consciousness studies is consciousness is associated with what it is like to be. Many of you might have seen the most famous paper on what it is like to be a bat by Nagel, and the notion of experience or feeling, and that's kind of tied to the David Chalmers' concept of hard problem of consciousness. And in fact, I mean, nowadays some people particularly have seen Professor Seth from UK. He talks about there is no hard problem of consciousness, there is a real problem of consciousness. And then Searle's idea of subjective first-person ontology, that's what he calls consciousness as a biological process. So, so at least in the modern consciousness studies, we know that the consciousness is associated with experience, feeling, and subjectivity. So therefore, any definition that we come up with has to include these aspects as part of the definition of consciousness. So looking into the third problem, which is kind of my sort of special interest on the consciousness studies, we have seen some progress happening on the measurement of consciousness. There has been studies which look into different measurement technology, what we call sensing technology, based on neurophysiological complexity by Seth and team from UK. There is information integration theory, ITT. That's the computational theory for consciousness, Tononi. And then there is another area of focus is related to the neural correlates of consciousness. And then when we are designing a measurement system, there is a need for calibrating those measurement systems. There are some work done on calibrating systems using what they call reportable measurements. And reportable measurements are nothing but asking a person how do they feel about consciousness, and then reporting that as a measure of consciousness. So, and then because of a lot of ambiguity and other things in the framework, so I have done some work on like measurability of consciousness. How do you define a particular use case? Like when you look at measurement system, you can look into different use cases for measurement system. Every device has a specific use case. And for those use cases, can you have is it possible to have a measurement device to measure in those use cases? That's what I call the measurability criteria. And in all these cases, one of the main obstacle in the progress is lack of a precise definition, a precise scientific definition of consciousness. So that's why my goal for this presentation and this study is to develop a precise scientific definition of consciousness that is compatible with current consensus, means consciousness is associated with experience, feeling, and subjectivity. It can address most of the conceptual challenges. At least I have picked 5 for study here. And then it can be used to study measurability of consciousness. So these are 3 of my constraints that the definition of consciousness must meet. And in order to do that, I kind of borrowing ideas from different sources. Advaitic metaphysics is one of the prime source of information that gives an elegant bridge between the metaphysics and the neuroscience. And that's the main reason why Advaitic metaphysics is one of the best candidate for defining here are familiar with just the basic three-body doctrine and organization of consciousness in Advaita Vedanta. Essentially, when we have a conscious experience, what happens? All the signals from the external world comes through our physical body, the Sthula Sarira, and then that gets processed all our brain and everything, and then the whatever signals that goes to the brain are kind of interpreted, I don't know, whatever the right word we call it, by the different brain functions. And there are sensory perception, action perception, the vital breath, those are part of the internal Sukma Sarira. And Antakarana, which is basically mind, intellect, memory, and ego, are the internal faculties that are essentially responsible for Antakarana. And when you look at some of the basic concepts of this Antakarana, Jivatma, Atma, Brahman, I'm kind of borrowing some interpretation from work by Professor Arvind Sharma from Canada. In his words, the Jivatman is the one which feels, experiences, wills, desires, and that Jivatman, which is basically a unity of Antakarana and the Brahman. So this is the key essential aspect of the concept that I'm going to derive to define the consciousness. And the consciousness, what we understand in contemporary times, associated with feeling, experience, and subjectivity, is with Jivatma. Those are the 2 key concepts that we will be using. Now, there is another concept when you look at the unity of let's say, Antakarana and Brahman, what exactly does that mean? Where does the consciousness come into picture within that unity? So let's look at like the very basic metaphysical concept. Brahman has three qualifying attributes: our Sat, Chit, and Ananda. So Chit is typically translated as consciousness in most of the literature. Now, the question I'm asking is Chit really mean consciousness as understood in contemporary consciousness studies? And what I mean by that is the consciousness in contemporary consciousness studies is associated with experience, feeling, and subjectivity. The Chit associated with experience, feeling, and subjectivity at all times. So let's look at a very brief, one of these sloka from Drisya Viveka. It's in fact the sloka 21. This is one of the smallest or very shortest classic book on Advaita Vedanta. And I'm actually using the translation by Swami Nikhilanand almost 100 years back. So as per this sloka 21, the attribute of Sat, Chit, and Ananda are equally present in everything in this world, animate, inanimate, everything. And it is present equally. The only difference between different objects in the world and different living and non-living things in the world are basically Nama and Rupa. Now the question is, if Chit is translated as consciousness and Chit is equally present in everything in this world, do we say a stone is also conscious? A chair is also conscious? If it is not conscious, where does the manifestation of Chit in those objects go? So essentially what I'm questioning here is the Chit translating to consciousness is not the right approach. And what should we interpret? Let's look at just the previous sloka, sloka 20. And in sloka 20, we see that it says every entity has 5 characteristics: animate, inanimate, living, man, God, everything. Like Swami Nikhilanand translates it to, these 5 characteristics are Satchit Ananda, and he translates them to existence, cognizability, attractiveness, then form and name, name and form. That's the simple thing. Now, of this, the first 3, the Sat, Chit, Ananda, existence, cognizability, attractiveness, belong to Brahman, and the next 2 belong to the world. So in this case, the cognizability is defined as that which makes one aware of the existence of another object. Nowhere it talks about experience, feeling, when you talk about cognizability in this case. So what I sort of use here is the Chit should be interpreted as cognizability, not as consciousness. Because a stone is not conscious in Advaitic sense of the term. And here I refer to the word consciousness as used in contemporary consciousness studies. Somebody can come up with a different meaning of consciousness and call, yeah, Chit is consciousness, that's fine. But if we use consciousness as related to experience, feeling, and subjectivity, there is no subjectivity in a stone. So what actually my sort of argument here is, Chit is one of those Sanskrit words which is translated to English in a way nobody knows how, but it really does not capture the metaphysical essence of the original word Chit. And in fact, recently there was a book in 2020, actually, almost a few years back, a book came out by Rajiv Malhotra and Babaji on Sanskrit non-translatables. They take 50 Sanskrit words and then say so that those words should not be translated to English just willy-nilly, so that their inherent or original metaphysical meanings are not lost. So using these basic sort of metaphysical concepts, I kind of define consciousness Sorry, I was sort of kind of lost my train of thought. So we use these two basic metaphysical concepts, the concept of Jivatman and the interpretation of Chit, to define consciousness as the unity of the infinite Chit and limited Antakarana. This is exactly the same way Jivatmans are defined. We can extend the same definition to the attribute of Brahman. If the Jivatman is the unity of infinite Brahman and limited Antakarana, we can use the same principle to define consciousness. Now, the question remains, how do we use this sort of definition in real life scenario? There are three questions that need to be answered. And the first question is, if we use this definition, what's the scope of this definition? Meaning, where can this definition be applied? Can this definition be applied to a stone? Can this definition be applied to a human being? Can this definition be applied to an animal like elephant versus single cellular organisms like amoeba? So what I'm sort of looking at is looking at some of these other sort of ideas in the literature. Of course, the consciousness as we experience is always with functioning human brain. If somebody does not have functioning human brain, obviously we don't consider them to be conscious. Then looking at the philosophy or the idea of biological naturalism by Searle, he considered consciousness as a biological process. And also there are other theories. There is a theory called objective reduction theory by Roger Penrose and Hameroff. They claim that the consciousness is orchestrated in the microtubules in the brain. So microtubules are basically proteins within the brain cells, and they are the smallest element in our biological structure that orchestrates the consciousness. So for time being, what I'm doing is assuming this or considering these to be the underlying sort of facts. We can consider that consciousness applies only to all biological organisms with a brain. And I emphasize this is an assumption and needs a lot of further analysis to expand the scope. But one thing for sure, that the definition of consciousness is applicable to biological organisms. It may be applicable to other organisms, but at least this is the minimum limiting set of the applicability of the scope. The second question is how to identify the presence of Antakarana. We are talking about Antakarana. How do I know that a snake has Antakarana? So this is a very important question. It may not look important in our day-to-day life, but as we have automated technology coming up, we are not too far away when autonomous robots are going to act on or take care of patients. And if an autonomous robot takes a sensor, puts it on the beam on a bed, on the medical bed, and measures blood pressure, it will show blood pressure 0 and patient is dead, but patient would be sitting next to it very alive. So in a fully autonomous systems, the knowledge of how to identify who has Antakarana. Does a person has Antakarana versus a stone has Antakarana? Those kind of questions needs to be answered. I have seen a lot of philosophical papers. People simply ignore that and assume consciousness is just a human behavior, which is perfect. But world has moved on, technology has moved on. We are in a time where we need to answer these questions about inanimate objects. Do inanimate objects have consciousness? If not, they map to intellect. The default mode network of the brain maps to mind very nicely. Then the medial prefrontal cortex maps to the ego center of the brain. So these sort of one-to-one mapping can be used to identify which sort of organisms or objects or lives do have antakarana or not. Then the third question is how to determine the degree of consciousness. And in this case, this is a relatively simpler problem, and there has been a lot of progress in this area. And there are many theories to estimate the complexity of, the degree of consciousness using complexity of the neurophysiology of the brain. And also the information integration theory can come handy in this type of mathematical modeling. If you are developing a mathematical model to understand or measure the degree of consciousness, IIT can be very suitable approach. So with that definition, I kind of took that definition and trying to apply to those 5 different problems that we talked about. And before I go there, just to recapitulate, what I'm sort of using is the antakarana as the basis of defining the consciousness. And this particular idea of using antakarana as the sole basis of consciousness definition helps in addressing a lot of these foundational challenges. And let's look at each of those. It's a subjectivity problem where we are looking into the scenario where the experience we feel is 100% private. In fact, consciousness study is a unique problem from scientific and engineering perspective that it has only a single data point. If I want to make any measurement about consciousness and subjective experience, I only know that I am conscious. I don't know anybody else is conscious except through inference. So, and that inference may come from the extrapolation of my own biological behavior or looking at other people's behavior. But in a true sense of measurement, experience or the experience is 100% private. So the question is, how do I know that others experience the exactly same way I experience? Now, this problem is sort of overcome by not using experience as the basis definition of consciousness. By using antakarana as the basis of consciousness, we can overcome this challenge, and any organism or any object which has antakarana will be conscious. Now, it's not that we solve the problem 100%, but now we move the problem from experience to the validity of antakarana. So we are no more looking for experience, we are looking for who has antakarana. Then looking at the explanatory gap, this is again like related to materialism, and the question is, how does consciousness emerge from the electrochemical activities in the brain? So anybody who claims and believes in materialism, they need to answer that question. And in case of the Advaitic theory of consciousness, consciousness is an integral part and manifestation of Chit. In that case, it is part of the nature. So we don't need to have the explanatory gap. The specificity problem here, the question is related to how and why we can apply the human-centric theories of consciousness to non-humans. And again, the current definition of consciousness is not a human-centric. It is based on antakarana, and anything which has antakarana will be conscious. The degree of consciousness may vary. That depends on the complexity of the antakarana, but the ability to have consciousness will not change. Then the combination and decombination problem as related to panpsychism and cosmopsychism. Here the challenge is how the atomic consciousness of panpsychism is combined to form the complex human consciousness. Similarly, for decombination problem, how does the universal consciousness of cosmopsychism is divided to form the complex human consciousness? Now, in the current definition, the beauty of Advaitic theory is it has a very unique mapping from antakarana to the brain regions. So the complexity of the human consciousness comes from the complexity of the antakarana. So by understanding the physiological complexity in the brain, one could understand the reason how this individual consciousness is coming about. And the last one, looking into the AI system, again, by using the notion of antakarana, we can say that AI systems are not conscious. But again, as neuroscience and other areas of study progresses more, this is an area where more and more work will be done. But the beauty, at least in my view, about Advaitic theory is the basic principle metaphysical concepts are still valid. As new technologies and new progress in neuroscience comes in, the level of understanding changes. The level of understanding on the physiological side will increase, but the metaphysical principles will still remain valid. That's the beauty of using the Advaitic metaphysics in defining consciousness. So I think I'm a little overboard, but I will finish. This is my last main slide, looking into some of our ongoing work. One of the main practical applications of this work is the measurement problem of consciousness. I mean, I haven't gone through some of the details. If you are interested, you can look into my paper in the Frontiers of Psychology that came out, which gives a framework for defining the measurability of different consciousness measurement use cases. And in those cases, one of the limitations that I encountered was the lack of mathematical model to design a measurement system. And by using the Advaitic metaphysical concepts along with the neuroscience, one could actually develop mathematical model for the degree and presence of consciousness. And that's an area I will look into next as part of the measurement problem of consciousness. And then the other one is, I have made very basic assumption that consciousness is a biological process. But that's for sure, consciousness is a biological process. But what is the other limit of the consciousness definition? On one limit, it applies to the biological process, but I don't know the other limit. And I have not made any assumption about the other limit. And at least in Vedantic studies, there is this notion of unknowability, the concept of neti, those kind of things. Could that be used to define the other end of the scope of consciousness definition? And this concept of neti is in philosophical domain within Vedanta, but there are equivalent concepts in science and math. Every scientific theory starts with an assumption. And any scientific theory, the proof within the scientific theory is not a proof for the assumption. Proof is only based on assumption, something else is true. So in a true sense, if we proceed in a recursive way, there will always be an assumption which is not provable. And similarly, there are concepts in mathematics, which is called Gödel's incompleteness theorem. And this applies to axiomatic number theory, where when you develop an algorithm, you will start with a set of axioms similar to assumptions in scientific theory. And those axioms are not provable within the algorithm of the theory. So it's a similar concept what we see in the scientific theories. And there are also concepts in principle unknowability. For example, somebody in this world for the first time has told the word mother. Do we ever, or can we ever even know when the word mother was spoken for the first time? We know this is a fact. I mean, if we believe in the evolution of species, at some point somebody spoke that word, but we'll never know when that word was spoken. So can we use some of these concepts to establish the other limit of the definition of consciousness? And there is also open questions on how do we know who has antakarana? How can we prove, how can we show that a stone does not have antakarana? Those kind of like theoretical questions can be answered. And then applying this definition to other areas of studies, particularly there are a lot of research going on now in altered consciousness through external stimuli. So we can put a stimuli in the brain and we can create a visual experience for somebody. So what does those experience mean?
Okay, sir. We shall conclude here. It is understood what we are saying. It is understood. It is well presented. Okay, sir, please.
That's good. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
I think that's
Congratulations.
all the last of my presentation. So I will not go over it and then maybe conclude my talk here.
Wonderful, wonderful presentation. Congratulations to you, sir. You compared and you analyzed different types of definitions made by both East and West, and you subscribe to the measurement of consciousness from the Advaitic perspective, and then that is very nice of you, because it is more scientific than Western perspective. Because you discussed about the Antakarana, how consciousness is reflected in Antakarana, and then it proceeds to different to other mechanisms. In my part of in my topic, I shall discuss that in details. But it is very well presented. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
If anybody has any question, we shall discuss at the end. So
Thank
now, yes,
Thank you,
thank you. Well done, well done. So
Thank
now
you,
we shall
Satyaj.
yes. Now we shall invite Professor Swaraj Hongal Dharam. Sir, please have your presentation. He is the research fellow and professor emeritus, Center for Science, Technology and Society, Faculty of Arts, Chulalongam University. Yes, sir. Please have your presentation, sir.
Yes. I'm sharing my screen now.
Yeah.
Thank you to
Thank you.
Professor Panyaselvam for having me in this conference. And can you see my screen?
Yeah. Can you make it a little larger, Swaraj?
No? Just a moment.
Yeah. Try if you can.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I'll tell my friends that Swaraj has recently organized the second World Comparative Philosophy International Conference, which was a very successful one.
Yes. And Professor Panyaselvam has participated in that conference also. It's not like this one. This one is one day, but that conference is like 5 weeks. So we meet every Friday for 2 hours. Because of the time difference, many people just could not stay too long. So my topic, you can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Is on ChatGPT and post-phenomenology. So the topic is a bit different from most other talks in this conference, because I'm not going to talk about consciousness. And I'm not going to talk about phenomenology also, though the topic is related to phenomenology, is post-phenomenology, and I'm going to tell you what it is for those who might not be familiar with it in a moment. So okay, and this is our conference here. This talk has been published. I mean, an aspect of this talk has already been published in this journal, JHTR, Journal of Human Technology Relation. And it is published online. It's an online-only journal published in the Netherlands by the University of Twente. And I'm collaborating with my research assistant, Ariane van der Waren. She's from Belgium, but she's now living in Thailand, working as my research assistant. So we look at the phenomenon of ChatGPT, and we use Don Iders, an American philosopher. We are using his idea on post-phenomenology to analyze the phenomenon of the situation of ChatGPT. So basically, that's the idea. And here is the abstract. So I'm not going to read all that. This is the outline. I'm going to talk first about phenomenology, the topic that is the concern of this conference, and post-phenomenology. Some misspell here, post-phenomenology. And the whole thing is in the context of philosophy of technology. And then I'm going to kind of explain Don Iders' view on post-phenomenology, and then on a related view on material hermeneutics. And then I will analyze the situation of ChatGPT through the lens of post-phenomenology. So the argument I'm making is that ChatGPT goes beyond material hermeneutics. I'm going to tell you what it is in a moment. In that it itself becomes a semantic agent. It does not merely present images like the telescope or the microscope, but it gives us text. That's mostly what ChatGPT is doing to us. It gives us text. That's why it's called generative AI. And it does so in a way that brings us back to traditional hermeneutics. So remember that we are recalled that traditional hermeneutics concerns interpretation of text. So we are faced with an ancient text, for example, could be Sanskrit, could be in any other ancient language. And we would like to know what it means. And we try to interpret it. That is the activity of hermeneutics. So since ChatGPT deals mostly with words, so ChatGPT is very much involved with hermeneutics in quite a complicated way. So that is the concern of my talk today. And another twist is that in another way, ChatGPT takes us beyond traditional hermeneutics. So in a way, it takes us back to traditional hermeneutics, since it deals with words, almost always words and sentences. But in another way, it being a very sophisticated technology, ChatGPT is taking us away beyond traditional hermeneutics. So there is a kind of a push and pull attention here. So that is my argument. So phenomenology and post-phenomenology, I'm going to talk about these two concepts in the context of philosophy of technology. And the whole thing starts with the thought of Martin Heidegger, who said in his book on questions concerning technology that man stands confronted with technology with the capital T. The idea is that technology is kind of conceived of as an entity, something that we encounter, something that we have a relation with in such a way that it become one monolithic, one big giant entity that is encroaching upon our kind of sense of being and so on. So that is Heidegger's stance in philosophy of technology. And the phenomenology in this is that Heidegger, following Husserl, and we all know that Heidegger is a student of Husserl's. So Heidegger is using the technique of phenomenology to analyze what is happening, what is going on in his perception, in his encounter, in his consciousness of technology, of the technology that stands before him. And he presents an analysis of what is happening in terms of the philosophers or the subject's relation to this the big monolithic entity that he is encountering. So that's the idea. In this case, technology becomes a standing reserve, and this is a technical term in Heidegger's perspective. A standing reserve is something from which we can draw upon as resources. We can think of a reservoir of water which functions as a standing reserve. Whenever we want some water, we can go there and we draw water from the reservoir. So technology, according to Heidegger, turns nature itself into a standing reserve. So the water in the river, for example, and in Heidegger's example is the River Rhine in Germany. It used to be a kind of entity which has a kind of a spiritual one-on-one equal relationship with human being. And ancient Europeans are similar to us in Asia in this regard. In Thailand, we regard the river as a mother, and I'm sure Indians do the same. So we have the word in Thai, "Mae Nam." "Mae" means mother in Thai language. So we call the river our mother because the river gives us life and everything. So it was with ancient Europeans until the advent of industrialization with the use of technology, modern technology. In that case, instead of being our mother, the river has been turned into a standing reserve, just a reservoir, just something that we can draw resources on. Whenever we want some water, we go there. We don't the moderns don't look at the river as our mother anymore. Things like that. That's Heidegger's idea that he reminds us. So and that is the phenomenology in his philosophy of technology. However, Don Eider, he just passed away a few years ago, perhaps 1 or 2 years ago. He's an American philosopher. He argued for a new look at technology. So instead of looking at technology as one entity, as I have just said, and we can talk about this on paper using the capital T, representing Heidegger's kind of technology. Instead of doing that, Eider proposed that we look at specific technologies. Please note that it is in plural form here. Technologies meaning many kinds, many forms, many instances of technology instead of the big technology with capital T. So the technologies are written with a small t. So that is the main difference between Eider's and Heidegger's viewpoint. And Heidegger would also like to see how these technologies impact our understanding of the world. So this captures the idea of post-phenomenology in Eider. So instead of looking back, analyzing our consciousness, analyzing what is going on inside our subjectivity, Eider is proposing that we kind of take an empirical turn within the context of philosophy of technology, philosophers analyzing technology, and look at the technologies that surround us in more specific terms. So instead of looking at technology as a capital T of, a big monolithic, powerful thing that turns our mother river into a standing reserve, Eider is proposing that we look at specific technologies such as the telescope or the microscope, and these are his favorite examples. And in this paper, such as the ChatGPT, analyzing our post-phenomenological encounter reception of ChatGPT. So this is the idea for the paper. And related concepts are hermeneutics, material hermeneutics, and machine hermeneutics. So 3 concepts. Hermeneutics is, of course, the activity of interpreting text, as I said earlier. And material hermeneutics, this is the concept used in Eider also in some of his later books. It is the task of interpreting that goes beyond text. That's the idea. Instead of reading text, now we are reading materials. In what way? We look at, for example, radiologists. They read X-ray films, and they can see all kinds of conditions or all kinds of diseases in the film in a way that we lay people, non-radiologists cannot decipher, cannot understand. For us, X-ray films are just kind of black and white images of bones and something else, and some internal organs. But with the trained eyes of the radiologist, they can spot some disease condition, meaning they have the ability to perform a hermeneutic activity on the X-ray film, even though the film itself does not contain any text. But in this case, the images of the bones and all the organs become a text in a metaphorical way, so that the radiologist can read them. That is material hermeneutics. Or we can look at the example of a geologist who can read rock formation, and they can tell us from what geological era the rock was formed and so on. We lay people cannot know anything about that, of course. So it's the same way. And in my 2020 paper, I propose another concept, machine hermeneutics. So the idea is that machines do their own act of interpretation. And this is in contrast with the earlier technology of, the X-ray films or the microscope or the telescope. The microscope presents us with images of very small things, microbes and bacteria and so on. But they don't interpret them in the way that AI system is doing right now. That is why we need a new concept. And that concept I propose is machine hermeneutics. So example includes AI algorithms in facial recognition systems. So we look at facial recognition systems. We look at images of people, maybe in a train station, a lot of people, and there will be small rectangles covering the faces of the people, and the machine can do recognition system. They can identify some or most or all of the people in the images and link the faces with all kinds of personal information related to that particular person. So and they perform all kinds of sophisticated interpretation or prediction, right? So in that case, the machine itself is doing its own activity of interpretation. So it presents its own analysis and interpretation, and humans then read from those interpretations. So, for example, the police may perform kind of facial recognition, may use facial recognition algorithms to find suspects from among millions of people in the images in the train stations, and they rely on the help of AI algorithms. So the AI does its own act of interpretation in one stage, and then the AI presents what has already been interpreted to the police, and the police just take that information and comes up with decision to arrest a particular suspect and so on, whatever. So you see the difference among these three concepts. So moving on to ChatGPT. Everybody knows right now about ChatGPT, right? We can ask it anything in the world. And as far as I know, it does only text. Perhaps, I don't know, I have not used it much. I have been told that they can analyze images. I don't know whether it can in fact do that. Just load an image and ChatGPT can analyze it. Maybe not, but that is not so important. What is important is these three concepts: ChatGPT, hermeneutics, and post-phenomenology. So ChatGPT and generative AI generally. So we are not talking only about ChatGPT. We are only using ChatGPT as a catch-all term, like we are using the term Xerox, which is just one brand, right? But we are using a Xerox machine to refer to all kinds of photocopying machine, and ChatGPT has become that. So ChatGPT is different from older technologies such as the microscope, in that it does not merely transforms reality. So in a way, the microscope, according to Ida, transforms reality, making it available for perception, for reading by the biologist, by the scientist who is looking at the microscope. The transformation is not so radical. That's why we can have objective scientific knowledge through the use of the microscope. And you know, every biology student learns that.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor Swaraj. Yes. It is well understood, sir. Very nice paper presented by you. And you are talking about post-phenomenology. It is the hard reality. Actually, we are living in the age of a post-phenomenology. It is one step ahead of our phenomenology, where technology is substituting man. So, and we are not talking about the general technology. We are talking about the machine hermeneutics, which can, which helps interpretations and like Chat GPT. And actually, we are living in this age. So, thank you, sir. And we are running behind the schedule. And at the end, we shall have an interactive session. So, if any question will be asked, you will answer.
1 minute.
Right.
Josh,
Maybe I'm
Professor,
using too much time.
no,
So I'm wrapping
no
up.
problem. Swaraj, are you leaving now, or if you are leaving, then we'll have question for you and Pradhan.
Yes.
You have to catch flight now.
I have to leave soon, but I will wrap up the paper, you know, in a few minutes.
Okay.
From now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
So in the next slide, I have asked ChatGPT to describe the IBSC International Buddhist Studies College at MCU, where I and Dr. Sompong are working. So this is what it said in the italic letters. So you can see, I'm not going to read on that, but that was generated by ChatGPT after the prompt, you know, describe IBSC for me. So this is it. Just an example of what ChatGPT can do. And then it did give me some images, some photos of the IBSC building. All of them are, of course, real photos because they were taken from the internet. And then it can generate text. So what happens is that ChatGPT queries the web in the case of the IBSC. But in other case, it can generate text on its own, that kind of, you know, original text. No such text can be found anywhere, but it can present it because it kind of mixes all the words together. Prompt, write a quatrain on the meaninglessness of life. And it comes up with 4 lines here. Fleeting spark in endless night, which is the dawn that brings no light. Each breath a step, yet none arrive. With what stirs the heart, we can't contrive. So, you know, not a very good poem, but still it kind of generated it. So this is kind of some examples of what ChatGPT can do. So in normal cases, the poet experiences the world and reflects about it, right? But ChatGPT does not experience the world. It merely analyzes the available text and comes up with whatever decided to it in the prompt. So here is the analysis. We have reality and then original text, which was mined by ChatGPT, and which was put
Can
into
you
its
join now?
database.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm finishing now, and then to the user. So this is the last slide. The idea is that ChatGPT has become something that is worthy of phenomenological and especially post-phenomenological analysis. Yeah, I'm sorry to have taken up some time. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, sir. Sir, so, should we invite the next speaker?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So now we invite Professor Sikala M. Nair, Director, International School of Sri Shankaracharya Studies, Department of Philosophy, Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi, Kerala. Please, Madam. Professor Sikala, Madam. Please have your presentation. Yes, Madam. Namaste.
Yeah. Namaste to all. I realize that it is pretty late in the afternoon. So without any intro, I'll just get to the presentation. What is the time given so that I'll rearrange my presentation?
Madam, 15 minutes.
No, 25 minutes.
25 minutes.
We'll follow that. Yeah, for everybody, 25 minutes we're giving now.
Yes.
All right. So thank you very much. Here I go. So I have slightly remodeled the title of my. Hope you can see my screen.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So the title is Advaita as a Paradigm Phenomenological Approach, excerpts from R. Balasubramanian's The Self is the Seer and the Seed. Friends, among the scholars who try to draw parallels between Indian philosophy and phenomenology, three names that pop up prominently are those of Jayan Mahante, R. Balasubramanian, and Ramakant Sinari. And of these three, RB probably is one who has made an attempt to look for a Vedantic response to the Husserlian invention of a unique method called the phenomenological method. In his volume, The Self is the Seer and the Seen, a phenomenological approach, RB makes an insightful comparison between the phenomenological method adopted by Shankara in Drigdrishya Viveka with that of Husserlian phenomenological method. He argues that in his work, Shankara has successfully employed the phenomenological method, a method by which we may isolate the pure self, the real subject, the transcendental residue from everything else it objectifies, a method that resonates well the Husserlian phenomenological method. For both Shankara and Husserl, their thoughts can in some way be reduced to the methods they devised. Be it the Advaita or phenomenology, Husserlian phenomenology can be reduced to the method that he has devised. So is the case with Shankara. And I would compare it with the science, how the science can be reduced to the scientific method. There is nothing in science which is not in the scientific method. So science can in a way be reduced to the scientific method. So is the case with the Advaita Vedanta or the Husserlian phenomenology. Husserl, who died in the early first half of the bygone century, has effected a Copernican revolution in the studies on human mind in the West by bringing in the notion of the ego to the center stage. Something he argued that conceptually and epistemically precedes all experience. Now, this transcendental ego is not an invention of Husserl, says RB. Immanuel Kant popularly has argued that there is a substratum self that is necessary for a unified empirical experience, which synthesizes sensations according to the categories of understanding. Now, this is too familiar a theory wherein Kant has argued that though we cannot know the self because this is the very condition of our knowledge. But nevertheless, human predicament is such that we tend to transcend the boundaries of the phenomenal to peep into what is called the nominal. And this is all about the Immanuel Kant, about Immanuel Kant. And but with Shankara and Husserl, this notion of transcendental ego seems to have come to its maturity, reducing everything else as subordinate to it. Now, friends, scholars stand divided on whether Husserl did speak about a pure ego which is non-intentional. I've written a bit, but I'll reduce all that since the time is very limited. The fact is that one could interpret him either way. And as the principle of hermeneutics goes, one is free to adopt the interpretation which enriches the basic thought. So going by this doctrine, I think RB was on the right track. He was right when he interpreted Husserl as someone who speaks about or subscribes to what is called pure consciousness. Now, phenomenologists, particularly in India, there are several phenomenologists whom I know who do argue that RB's interpretation is not acceptable. But this is the reason why I go by RB's interpretation. Now, quite like Shankara's self, Husserl's transcendental ego too is pure subjectivity, argued in this fashion, for which everything that exists is an object. And both maintain that the phenomenal world is constituted by the ego's intentional acts, implicating the interdependence of the being and the world. Husserl discerns two contents in every experience of ours. The noesis content, which is the mental act process directed towards the intentionally held objects, the I pole, and its noematic correlate that refers to the object pole, which all of us know. Now, Husserlian phenomenology is, in fact, a method to understand the way in which the human consciousness grasps reality. By isolating the process of cognitive functions, the noesis content, apart from the empirical data, the noema, by bracketing out what is contingent. In what follows, I shall show you a parallel method propounded by Shankara in Drigdrishya Viveka, quite akin to what Husserl has said. Among the Prakarana Grandhas, Adi Shankara's Drigdrishya Viveka occupies an important position. I will not speak much on this. I'll skip all that details about the text, in which actually Shankara delineates the two intertwined and often confused entities of our phenomenal experience: the Drik, the seer, and the Drishya, the see. Now, there is a lot of controversy whether Shankara has really written on it, whether it is, while Ananda Jnana in his commentary attributes it to Shankara, Nishala Jnana in his Vritti Prabhakara says Vidyaranya is the author, well, Brahmananda Bharati says Bharati Tirtha is its author. But anyway, we know that in India, myths and facts are so very intermingled that never our scholars were interested in delineating one from the other. So, and RB says that let's not worry about, let's not take a tour to discover the factual history, which is anyway not possible. Now, in the second chapter of the book, The Self is the Seer and the Seen, RB juxtaposes the method employed by Shankara in DDV to the Husserlian phenomenological method. Now, this should not be taken as yet another attempt by an Indian academic to project a narrative philosophical exegesis as something valuable by comparing it to a Western mode. What I see here is, see, RB was responding to a call for undertaking cross-cultural exercises. And today we know that the globe has shrunk, and Europe no more stands as that single place which is supposed to brighten the rest of the globe with its torch of reason. Gone are those days. And today, scholars are willing to understand and apprehend and appreciate also the concepts that are rooted, even culturally, in indigenous philosophies. So RB was in fact responding to this call. And I think he has succeeded in placing DDV in the contemporary conversations in phenomenology. He starts his analysis examining the very objective of self-inquiry, which he says is the content of the very first sutra, Dhado Brahma Jijnasa in Dharma Sutra. Why should, after all, we inquire upon the self? Now, quoting Shankara's Brahma Sutra, Brihadaranya Upanishad Bhashya, RB says, remember that text, Brihadaranya Atmavare Drishtavya Shrotavyo Mantavyo. So, what does Drashtavya mean? He says the term Drashtavya has been used in a Jarundar sense. True, the objects of the world need to be known for an empirical living, but it is our experience that knowledge of these objects did not really quench our thirst. Despite having all this knowledge and attainment, there remains a question. What then? As the popular statement goes, Kalatram dhanam putra bautradi sarvam graham bandhava sarvam etad dijadam gururangri patmi manasche nalagnam tadakim 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 tadakim. What is the use? Even if you have acquired all the wealth that you can think empirically, if you haven't gone for that inquiry. Now, this can be juxtaposed to the two types of knowledge that Shruti speaks about. In Mundaga, Angiras instructs Shaunaka about the two types of inquiries, Dve Vidye Vedita Brahman, which is what is Drashtavya, to be inquired upon. So far we have seen the self-inquiry is one exercise that we must undertake. Now, since we are on the path of inquiry, who is the inquirer and what is the object of inquiry? Shankara clarifies that the inquirer here is the jiva, who is jnana karma adhigarin, and the entire world conditioned by space, time and causality becomes the object of inquiry. Hence, a primary object of any philosophical system worth the name should be to take up an inquiry on the jiva, who is the inquirer, and the world, and also the truth in and behind the jiva, the empirical subject. In Husserlian terminology, could be defined as the enworlded subjectivity, is being shown as hyphenated in this work, the self as the seer and the seer. RB uses jiva hyphen in hyphen the world. Why is it that jiva gets defined as enworlded, hyphenated jiva in the world? The answer is simple. Since the phenomenal world or the lived world we have is due to the entanglement of the jiva with the objects, which in turn structures it, we cannot speak of either the jiva or the world independent of each other. So hence Shankara's suggestion that we should understand the jiva and the world in relation to one another, for those do not have independent existence. In Drigdrishya Viveka, he in one single verse, beautiful it is, Shankara defines both jiva and the world. Jivodhista chidabhaso bhaved bhokta hi karma krita bhogya rupam idam sarvam jagat syad bhuda bhautikam. So what is jiva? Jiva, due to the fallacious presentation of consciousness in the buddhi, it performs various actions and enjoys the results. He becomes the bhokta, and that is jiva. And what is the jagat? All the experiential world consisting of the elements and their products, which are of the nature of enjoyment, which is bhogya, is what is called jagat. Here, RB indicates that this jiva in the world is a pointer, it's a linga to a higher reality. What is a pointer? Something which, in the Dhuma Vanya Sambandha, Dhuma is a pointer to Vanni. It points to something else. So, jiva is a pointer to a higher reality, though remain concealed, lends support to it and sustains it. Note that, just as we speak about jiva in the world, we can also speak about self in the body, because both the body as well as the universe, world, are constituted of the same entities. So, in fact, body is a mini world. So, he says self in the body is ontologically identical with jiva in the world. Now, the complexity of jiva doesn't end there. It is also an entity comprising of both drik and drishya, the seer and the seen. There are two dimensions in a jiva. One is the pure self, which is the essence of the jiva, and the other, the embodied self, which is associated with mind-body complex. Hence, the attempt should be to isolate the self from the non-self. In Drigdrishya Viveka, the verse 1, Shankara shows how the objects, senses, and the mind are objectified by the self. It said, Rupam drishyam lochanam drig, tad drishyam driktumanasam, drishyadhi vrittaya sakshi, drigeva natu drishyati. When the eye is the seer, the objects such as mobile phone, the laptop, all this become the seen, drishya. But when the eye eventually becomes the object, what happens? The mind becomes the seer. See, the sense becomes objectified, and something else higher than that, that is the mind, becomes the drik. And when the mind and its modifications become the objects, the witness self, the empirical self, is the seer. Note that the real subject that stands at the end of this chain, namely the self, is one never objectified. Drigeva natu drishyate. He is Drig alone and he never gets objectified. In the second verse, Shankara elucidates the external objects which are seen by the senses. How do we see it? Neelapita sthula sukshma harasva dirghadi bhedataha nanavidhani rupani pashyed lochanam ekadha. Lochanam, the eye, sees all these different attributes, Nila, Pita, Sthula, Sukshma, the colors such as blue, yellow, big, small, tall, short, all these different qualities are coherently seen by the eye. Think of the perception of a ball. Phenomenally, though we experience something which is reddish, roundish, softish stuff, the eye coherently visualizes it as belonging to one single entity. We do not say that I see something softish, reddish, roundish. We say I see a red round ball. So the plurality of the qualities that define the objects get assimilated and coherently apprehended in a unified form by the drik, here the visual sense organ. In the third verse, Shankara proceeds to tell us how the mind at a higher cognitive level coordinates the attributes of the objects perceived differently by the visual organ. Remember, visual organ can have several deficiencies. Andhyamandhya patutveshu netradharmeshu chaigada sankalpayet mana shrotratvagaadhau yojyatam idam. Do the objects are perceived differently due to the different features of the visual organ, such as blindness, dullness, sharpness, etc. See, a dull person, a dull visual person, as well as somebody who has sharpness, might see the same object. So here the mind comes to play a significant role and presents it in a coherent fashion. From a closer reading of the text, we can see how Shankara underscores the play of the subjective inputs in our sensual cognitions that in a way standardize our perceptions. Similarly, the internal qualities like desire. Now Shankara moves on to the internal qualities. We also have inner perceptions like desire, determination, doubt, belief, etc. So, how is it that it has been perceived? Kama sankalpa sandehau shraddha shraddhe graditare hri dhi bhi rityevamaden bhasayet tyekadhachiti. Bhasayet tyekadhachiti. The chiti in the empirical consciousness, this shines as one single coherent one. So this gradual inward progression from the objects to the senses, from the senses to the mind, and from the mind to its perceiver, helps us isolate the pure subject from all the above, which are the seen, the drishya. Now, having reached the consciousness aggressively from the functional point of view, Shankara now inquires upon the nature of the consciousness. No deti, na astametyesha, na viruddhamyadi, na kshayam, swayam vibhati adhanyani, bhasayed sadhanam vina. That is most beautiful. Bhasayed sadhanam vina. It is one thing that is capable of shining without any object. Sadhanam vina bhasayed. So this consciousness, which does not arise, now sets, does not increase, now decay, being self-luminous. So I am vibhati adhanyani. It illuminates not only the objects, but illuminates itself also. And what more? Bhasayed sadhanam vina. It is not necessarily intentional. So this last line, in fact, reveals the unique nature of consciousness, according to Advaita. Hence, it is very pivotal that consciousness is indeed non-intentional, a pure awareness that exists without an object. Elsewhere in DDV also, Shankara says, Sakshana Purdo Bhadi Lingam Dehena Samyudam Chitchaya Samaveshad Jivasyad Vyavaharikaha. So neither the intellect nor the mind nor the senses are capable of functioning on their own. It is the light of the consciousness that has been borrowed and being reflected in these organs. One is reminded of the famous Katha text, Nadatra Suryo Bhadi Nat Chandratarakam Nema Vidyudo Bhadi Kutoyamagrihi Tameva Bhandam Anubhadi Sarvam Tasya Bhasa Sarvamidam Vibhadi. Tameva Bhandam Anubhadi Sarvam. That entity which is self-shining, Tasya Bhasa, with the effulgence of which Sarvamidam Vibhadi, everything has been enlightened. So the world, including the Linga Sharira, everything has been illumined with the brightness, with the light of consciousness. You also have parallels in Bhagavad Gita. I have no time to tell you all this. So let me quickly get back to the slides. So having examined on how the DDV distinguished between Drik and Drishya, RB now attempts to reveal the phenomenological underpinnings in this approach. He views that a distinction between the transcendental ego and the empirical ego has been drawn not only by Shankara and Husserl, but also by all those who do first order philosophizing. He says, Wittgenstein, for example, he says, the philosophical eye is not the human being, not the human body, or the human soul of which psychology treats, but the metaphysical subject, the border, not a part of the world. Let's now move on the nature of the empirical self, the Jiva. While taking up the problematic of the inverted subjectivity, RB first draws before us the dichotomy between consciousness, the subjectivity, and what is presented to consciousness, the Drik and the Drishya. Since the constitution itself is entangled, as I've said earlier, we need to attend to them together. The problem is that there is the involvement of consciousness in the objective world. In other words, the consciousness becomes worldly. To put the same in Husserlian terms, the noesis intrudes the noema and creates the life world. The important question, therefore, seems to be this. How is it that consciousness, which is essentially different from everything else presented to it, as its object, gets itself involved in the objective world surrounding it, losing its identity in such a way that it is not even reckoned as an entity in its own right, along with other objects? How is it that we get disillusioned about consciousness as such? To address this issue, RB borrows insights from Brahma Sutra Shankara Bhashya, where Brahma Sutra, where he speaks about, that's a big chapter on the distinction between Asmad and Yushmad. These are characterized as terms opposed to each other, Asmad and Yushmad, as opposed to light and darkness. Now, it is wrong to superimpose upon the subject, which is the nature of consciousness, objectivity, which is spoken of as Yushmat. This error of adhyasa, superimposing the characteristics of the subject upon the object, which is technically called atasmin tad buddhi, which is famously exemplified through rope snake example, plays the pivotal role in Advaita Vedanta. So with the help of the principle of adhyasa, Shankara speaks about the three levels of experience, each getting sublated to its higher level as the agent ascends to that. From the Pradibhasika, when you ascend to the Vyavaharika, the former gets sublated to the Vyavaharika, so on and so forth, leaving the transcendental consciousness alone as unsublatable, as it is the absolute real. Now, the principle of adhyasa thus explains why consciousness, the self, which is essentially different from the non-self, gets identified with it. Absorbed as we are in the transactional world, I'm quoting RB, we fail to notice the radical distinction between the subject and the object. This is exactly what happens. And we mix up one with the other. Once the false selves are sublated, the real self would stand shining. Having understood the nature of the involved subjectivity, RB now explores the ways to overcome it. Now, quickly over to the phenomenological method of Advaita. While devising the method of transactional reduction, both Shankara and Husserl start with the analysis of the experiential world. Husserl observes that the given world consists not only of the objects of the external world, but also the cogitations of various kinds of the mind that constitute the inner world. He speaks about the phenomenological epoche that calls for an inquiry into both the outer world and the inner world in order to find out their source. For this, the prime task is a philosophical task, is to interrogate constantly on the given world. Shankara too perfectly agrees with Husserl here. We need to interrogate the given world. But he advances from that point. He goes further. Along with this constant interrogation upon the world, Shankara also calls for a parallel activity of self-contemplation. Both has to happen simultaneously. On one side, we'll have to consistently negate the world by constant interrogation, and then we will have to develop the self-culture, self-contemplation through Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana. Now let me speak about, I'm coming close to my presentation, the progressive and the regressive journeys of the self. The journey of the transcendental subjectivity towards the world passes through the landmarks of mind, the senses, and the body. First, as it moves from its non-dual, non-relational state, there is a progressive entanglement that takes place with the objects transcendent to it, until it emerges as a full-fledged involved subjectivity, in all its completeness. This is called the complete Jiva. In its onward journey, the Antakarana is the first entity with which the consciousness comes into relation. Once the consciousness comes with the association of the Antakarana, the ego, the empirical I, takes upon itself as the agentship, pushing the real subject behind. In Sureshwara's language, it is as if the self has put on a mask. And for Husserl, this is the performing ego. The empirical self, being reflected by pure consciousness, takes a progressive journey through the antakarana, the senses, and through the world constructed
Thank
by.
you. Thank you, madam. We shall conclude here.
Yeah, I'm coming. Just give me 1 second. I'm winding up.
Yes,
So
yes, yes.
the regress journey is also along with the same path. In a regressive analysis, the self is prompted to get back through the same route by which it has traveled out. The homecoming of the self starts from the outer world to the inner world, and the same way we'll have to. It's like, the analogy that I give us rolling out a carpet. As you spread out, you'll have to roll back, and then from the inner world to the cause of the both. This way, says RB, we can catch hold of the self. The transcendental subjectivity is the phenomenological residuum. This would bring in the Copernican revolution in one's life. See, your outlook will change drastically, and one's perception towards the self and the other would change. Gradual detachment from the empirical world, focus on the self, and the natural empathy to the other are some of the visible traits of someone who is on this path of regression. As Sureshwara says, he becomes an ethical being dispositionally. This is my last slide. Citing Brihadaranyaka, RB reminds us that every individual is engaged in constant search for the self. Remember the Brihadaranyaka text, Navare patihu kamaya priyo bhavadi, Atmanastu kamaya pati priyo bhavadi. You don't like your husband for the husband's sake. You are in search of yourself. This is the text, beautiful text, wherein he says, RB reminds us that all of us are in search of our original self. So the above analysis would have brought home how RB employed the insights of Husserlian phenomenology to enlighten the Advaita Kandava to distinguish the Drik from the Drishya as worked out in GDB. Juxtaposing Shankara and Husserl is hugely beneficial, RB points out, as both get enlightened, borrowing light from the other. Husserl's scholars could see the benefits of promoting the notion of pure consciousness, which is non-intentional, and Shankara scholars would have had a better understanding of the transcendental reduction, an idea which is, of course, available in Advaita, but beautifully elaborated in Husserlian phenomenology. This is the benefit of
Thank you.
juxtaposing.
Thank you,
Both have
madam.
that consciousness reveals itself as the universal domain of presentation of all objects, a domain to which the mundane realm necessarily refers. Thank you very much.
Yes, yes. Before inviting questions, I shall have only one sentence of note of appreciation to madam. Before you join in this session, there was an interesting question whether phenomenological methodology is a contribution of East or West. You proved that though it is an English term, phenomenology, it cannot be used by Shankaracharya, but Shankaracharya has used it in the Sanskrit verse, Drik Drishya Vivek. This is the methodology, phenomenological methodology. Yes, we shall go for the introductory session. Now it is open for discussion, open for anybody else who wants to ask questions. We shall allow 2 or 3 questions. Yes. The viewers can ask questions to any one of the speakers. I think there is no question.
So, I have one question to Professor Satyap Pradhanji. Pradhanji, you are there, right?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you for your very nice presentation. It was so nice.
Thank you.
Combining both the philosophical tradition with the scientific approach. It's very thought-provoking and it is very novel. But there is always a sort of conflict, I'm saying a sort of conflict between the scientific approach to consciousness and the philosophical approach to consciousness. In fact, many scientists do not accept the way in which we are analyzing consciousness. I'll give you an anecdote. Some time back, 10 years back, we had a seminar on consciousness in Madras University, in which very philosophers, well-known philosophers, have made their presentation. But towards the end, in the valedictory session, there was one neuroscientist who came and argued that whatever we spoke, that is, whatever we philosophers spoke, is not acceptable, because he says that a scientific approach simply rejects a philosophical understanding of consciousness. I don't know whether he's right or wrong, but there is a conflict, that which we cannot deny. You remember in my keynote address also, I said that a scientific community, they have their own approach. For example, Dr. Mukhopadhyaya and others. And a philosophical approach is different. R. Balasubramaniam, which he has mentioned, and others, many others, like K.C. Bhattacharya and Matilal, Mohanty and others. So, how to resolve this conflict? Or is it true that this conflict is simply apparent? What is your view? Because since you are familiar with both approaches.
Yeah. So no, I mean, this is definitely one of the most important part, and I have been thinking about this as well. Like, my view is, what is happening is, if we look at the neuroscience and some of these computational algorithm, other areas of work, in my view, they are focusing on certain aspect of analyzing consciousness. So, for example, like in the framework that I was I'm using purely from a measurement point of view, they look at degree of consciousness. They are not looking into phenomenal consciousness. Now, what happens is, many scientists and engineers, they come with a materialistic point of view, and they do not want to engage in any conversation beyond materialism, while not able to answer any of the methodological challenges, like the hard problem of consciousness, the subjectivity problem, the problems I was kind of talking about. The people from neuroscience, medical science, they cannot answer any of those questions. So what happens is, what they are doing correctly, because they are looking into degree of consciousness. Is somebody, some human being, some animal is conscious or not? But when it comes to the other part, they are not doing. They take a position, and the position they cannot support with any analysis or theory. They just believe it to be true. And in fact, you might know, there was a famous example. There is a person called Christoph Koch, I'm forgetting his last name. He's a neuroscientist, and David Chalmers. So 25 years ago, or maybe 26, 27 years ago, they had a challenge. So it was right after the publication of the Hard Problem of Consciousness paper by David Chalmers, that they had a bet, within 10 to 24 years, 25 years, science will solve the hard problem of consciousness. And I think it is 23 or 24, I'm forgetting the time exactly. So they had another debate or function kind of thing to decide whether who won the bet. In fact, Christoph Koch, like the neuroscientist, agreed that they are not able to answer that. So their bet was, he has to give 2 boxes of beer to David Chalmers. So they gave 2 boxes, and they increased the bet for the next 25 years. So right now, what is happening is, if you look at the phenomenal consciousness from the scientific side, nobody is solving phenomenal consciousness problem. They are solving the regular degree of consciousness, how to quantify consciousness, how to measure consciousness, how to treat people with consciousness disorder. There are tremendous progress in that. And they are not acknowledging that the feasibility or the phenomenal consciousness is a problem to be solved. They assume that it just somehow comes up. This the theory of emergence. So in fact, I don't know whether if you are hearing some of these popular talks by famous our Vedantic Society Swami. He's the chairman of Vedantic Society, Vedanta Society in New York. Sorry, I'm not forgetting his name. He calls it this materialism as promissory materialism. Promissory means they're promising, okay, I promise in 50 years down the road, science will be strong enough to answer the question of phenomenal consciousness. They keep promising that, but never get an answer. So that's my view. So what I'm trying to do is there is an equivalent parallel in the study of temperature, like thermodynamics and temperature. The measurement is one of the key to isolate which problems scientists can solve, which problems scientists cannot solve. And that's the direction I'm working towards. And when I take measurability, there are certain use cases or certain type of questions in consciousness that science cannot answer. And can we show that through the use of mathematical modeling and measurement principles? So that's an area I have not talked about. And in fact, the question you asked is very, very important. And I'm sort of trying to answer that question. Sorry, I took a little long to answer that, but that's
Thank you.
Sir, there is another question asked by S. Mohit.
Please.
Sir, please unmute and ask yourself, sir. S. Mohit, sir. Otherwise, I will read the question. Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay.
yes, you are audible. Yeah.
So I was reading through the thought experiment which is proposed by David Chalmers, that philosophical zombies. He was trying to explain how consciousness can exist within inwards. So can we understand the philosophical zombies thought experiment from an Indian perspective, since you made a good comparison of Advaita Vedantic conception
Sure.
and also the Western conception?
Sure. Yeah, it's a very important question. And this philosophical zombie example, we don't need to take philosophical zombie example anymore, because nowadays robots are going to be capable of doing what zombies can do. So it doesn't have to be a thought experiment. It could be a reality in 10 years, 20 years. When robots are there, you can program the robots to do exactly what zombies do without any emotion or feeling, right? So in that sense, see, there are two fundamental ways to look at this. The whole separation of mind, thought, and what you call the physical activity. So mind and matter, that whole separation somehow indirectly comes into many of these questions. We associate feeling, emotion that zombies don't have with mind, and everything else with the material world. I have a personal view. Okay, I'm not a philosopher or expert in some of these philosophical ideas, but the very basic simple premise of Advaita Vedanta, and you can see the parallel between that in some of these interpretation of quantum mechanics, where there is no separation between mind and matter. Everything is part of the same reality. So essentially, if everything is part of the same reality, or in quantum physics domain, you call it everything is basically wave functions. Matter is a wave function, field is a wave function. Everything is wave function, part of the same reality. And depending on the localized energy in the wave function, you see matter versus something else. So if we look at purely from a true Advaitic perspective, non-dual perspective, why there is mind and matter, that is our perception. Epistemologically, we think mind and matter separate, but it's essentially same thing. A particular combination of matter or particular combination of energy creates a human body. A particular combination of energy creates a stone. And the structure of the human body, the configuration of the human body, is such that it enables consciousness, whereas stone also has some inherent property. For example, when you throw a stone at a wall, why does stone stops at the wall? Why stones just simply don't go through the wall? I mean, there are certain element in nature, and another very basic example is, you know about electron and protons. So if there are two electrons nearby, so let's consider one electron, and you have one proton and one other electron. How does the electron know which one to attract, which ones to repel? So there are certain level of cognizability. That's what actually I was looking at my talk. Every matter, inanimate matter, has certain level of cognizability, so that there is a mechanism to distinguish if there is an electron nearby and it will attract it, and if there is a proton nearby, it will repel it. And that distinction is there in the nature. So I don't personally see zombie as a good mental example within the framework of mind and matter. But if you don't buy into that framework, mind and matter, they are not two separate entities. They are just one way of understanding the same reality. Then I don't think that example is any valid.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Professor Pandit Selvanji, so should we close now?
Is there any question for Srikala Nair, Professor Srikala Nair? Okay, then I have a short question for her. Hello, Srikala Nair, is she there?
Yes, I'm here, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for your very nice presentation. Like Satya's presentation, your presentation was also excellent. And since you are trained very well both in philosophy and Sanskrit, you could take the original source and analyze nature of consciousness. But the problem still persists, in the sense that when you say that consciousness is non-intentional, it could be there without object, this has created a lot of problems, because you can't answer if you maintain such an approach, then you cannot answer Vishishtadvaitin. For example, for them, consciousness is not an empty word. It is always intentional. And there is always object to be there, so that it can be a meaningful approach. So how can you answer Vishishtadvaitin? Because I always feel that the position of the Vishishtadvaitin comes very close to Husserl or Heidegger, and that has got a practical value or utility, but not the Advaitin's approach. So how would you tackle a Vishishtadvaitin if you maintain this standard?
Yeah, something we have been discussing always. Yeah. When I speak on Vishishtadvaita, Yatindra Madhya, for instance, you'll see me as a Vishishtadvaita. Both are beautiful systems. There's no doubt about that. But Advaitan, I strongly disagree with Dr. Pradhan. Anyway, but I don't want to enter into an argument. Advaita is purely a philosophical position. This is the difference, Professor Paninselvam. The difference is that here is call a man, but he is God. Because as Krishna has said that when the limitations of human beings has been transcended, he is God. So to that extent, Shankara is a God. So it's purely a philosophical position. But while Ramanuja is taking a realistic position, wherein he speaks about, this is the fundamental difference. And that is why I disagree with Dr. Pradhan, though we do not have time to argue about it. The starting points of science, forget about science, even from a realistic position, you cannot understand Shankara. And Shankara is not that way demanding that you should understand him. So if you have that flavor, pure philosophical flavor, then approach Advaita Vedanta and you will reap good fruits. You should hear Professor Manindra Avatji, and then you will think that the rest of the philosophy should be burned to ashes, because that is the way that Shastri presents Advaita Vedanta. So now the point is Vishishtadvaita and Dvaita, both of them. Dvaita is more realistic. They are asking such realistic questions, and probably that is why these two Vedantic traditions became so very popular because we tend to ask realistic questions and go to the extreme. The science is extreme realistic position. But even not to that extent, human beings, ordinary humans, ask realistic questions. Why is it that I see objects, whether there are common experiences, such realistic questions? But unless you put on those philosophers' glasses, you'll not understand Shankara. Not that he is very interested in appealing to you, but one thing that we can ascertain is that down the history, we have, and I don't have to tell all this to Professor Panirselvam, we have masters who have lived the life of Advaita Vedanta. And that is not very far away from it's not in the yesteryears. It is in 19th and 20th century we have had Ramana Maharshi. So it is not an impossibility, and there are several people who still, as I've said, Manidhar Dravid Shastri. Recently we have had a Samvada Sadas. So wherein thick debate between the Vishishadvaitins and the Advaitins, also the Dvaitins. So each system is beautiful, but then the position from where they start are different. That makes all the difference. What is the question that you are asking? The answer is according to the question. Little wonder that they differ in their answers. I think I have said everything, Professor Venisilva.
Okay.
Yeah.
Professor Dash, please close the session.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is last time.
Yeah. So we'll close the session, and we are grateful to all the three speakers. Unfortunately, Professor Suraj had to leave, just catch a flight, so he had left. So we thank all the speakers, Satyapradhan Ji, Professor Suraj, and Professor Shikala Nair for the wonderful presentation. And also we thank the chair, Professor Dash, for taking all the care and concern for this program, and also organizing it in a beautiful way and chairing this session. Thank you very much.
Namaskar and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Professor Panirselvam sir for taking the initiative to have this international webinar. Well, in this second technical session, we have two speakers, Dr. Brahma Shompong Unyo and Dr. Pramod Kumar Das. To start with, may I invite Dr. Brahma Shompong Unyo. He will be speaking under the title Consciousness in Edmund Husserl's Perceptual Process. So may I request Dr. Unyo to start his presentation. I request him to complete his presentation within a time span of 20-25 minutes. Then we'll invite Dr. Das. Yes, Dr. Unyo.
Sampong, you are there?
I think
I'm here, sir.
Please.
Sampong, let me say a few words about Sampong. Sampong did his PhD in Madras University under my guidance. He worked on the concept of perception in Buddhism and Husserl. And he is also a good scholar in German language, and also he has learned French. And he has been participating in various conferences in various countries. And he is well versed in Husserl's philosophy and, of course, in Buddhism. So we are happy that you could join us today. So welcome, Sampong.
Thank you, sir, to introduce me to the audience today. I would like to thank the Professor Panirselvam, my supervisor, to give a great chance for me to present the topic about the Husserl today. Actually, I had been working with my supervisor, my Professor Panirselvam, for a long time, especially the topic related to Edmund Husserl, as he introduced about this to the audience today. I can say that I had been working about the Husserl for a long time, and presently also I always studying about his idea, and not only his ideas and ideas of German philosopher also. As my supervisor, Professor Panirselvam, suggest me to to learn not only English language, but he says if I interested in studying Western philosophy, I should learn the third language, that German language. So that's why I've learned the German language, but French language also I have learned pleasantly. I'm very happy when Professor Panisawam invited me to give a talk about the Husserl. That I love this topic so much about the Husserl, because some topic quite familiar with Buddhism. Still, I'm audible, sir. Sorry.
You are audible. Please carry on. Don't
Okay.
worry.
Okay. Yes. So today I will present about the consciousness, but I will not comparing with Buddhism, but I will emphasize on Husserl directly. So many points about the consciousness Husserl talk about, especially he tried to introduce or talk about the consciousness in the term of perceptions. That the main points for phenomenology. Today I will delete about the consciousness. I will talk about the consciousness only. That mostly I took the information from his work about the idea two. Idea two, that means introduction to pure phenomenologies or pure philosophy, and the other book that's very necessary, that logical investigations. That's one of those books that Husserl really necessary if we want to study from the Husserl, especially in the term of the phenomenology. So introductions. So consciousness, why the consciousness very necessary in the term of perceptions, according to Edmund Husserl, that because without consciousness, that's impossible to talk about the phenomenology, because phenomenology is the Husserl said that is the theories of perceptions, because phenomenologists talk about how the consciousness relate to the object or perceive the object outside at perceptions. So in this point of view, that's why the consciousness is very necessary that in the term of perceptions, because according to Edmund Husserl, he said consciousness as the one main factors for perceiving the process of objects, right? Because something that really necessarily that is the essentials of the consciousness, because of that's the factors or essentials of consciousness that the object can be perceived. Because essence or essentials of consciousness, Husserl said that as the essence of consciousness in which I live as my own self is the so-called intentionalities. So this is from the Pali lectures. That means, according to Edmund Husserl, the consciousness can perceive the object outside. That's because of the consciousness. But consciousness has the essentials, that means intentionalities or intention. So intentions, that the main factors of the consciousness, that because of this we can perceive the object outside. Why? Because according to him, he says at the essence of the consciousness, intentionality lead the consciousness to connect the object, and the object is perceived by the consciousness eventually. That means intentionality is at the intermediates between the consciousness and the object outside. So according to him, in this point of view, without consciousness, without the consciousness, that means impossible that without intentionalities or the essence of the consciousness, impossible for the consciousness to get the object outside. So, but the main point is that according to Edmund Husserl, he said consciousness very necessary in the term of perception, especially the pure phenomenologies, because of consciousness that we can perceive, we can get the perfect perceptions or educated perception. That means perfect perceptions, because consciousness that we perceive the object outside, we perceive the object outside perfectly. That's because of intentionality. Why intentionalities can get us the perfect perception. Okay. This is the main point for me today. Actually, this is point according to Edmund Husserl. He talked in his book Logical Investigations. he classified the consciousness into three concepts as follows. What kind of three concepts? For the first one, he says consciousness at the entire, the deals or realist phenomenological beings of the empirical ego as the interweavings of the psyche experience in the unified stream of consciousness. In this point of view, he tried to explain about the unities of the ego experience. So what kind of the experience? What kind of the unities of the experience? So how the unity experience includes in the experience, or why Edmund Husserl classified the consciousness as the unities of the experience and unities of the ego experience. I will talk later. The second one, consciousness at the inner awareness of Valron's psyche experience. Actually, this is the main point for the phenomenology, especially pure perceptions, because according to Edmund Husserl, actually he classified perceptions into two perceptions. That the first one, external perception, and the second one, inner perception. But both of them actually, the external perceptions or the outer perception is necessary also, but comparing with inner perceptions, according to him, inner perception, he accepts inner perceptions as the pure perception. Why? Because so many conditions. I will talk later about this, but actually the second one is consciousness as inner awareness of one's own physics experience. Actually, this means consciousness as an inner perception or inner experience. The third one, consciousness as the comprehensive designations for the mental act or intentionally experience of own sorts. That mean consciousness according to Edmund Husserl. That mean actions of the mind. That's why he said mental actions or mental activities. But in this point of view, that's according to him, he tried to give the information not only what is the mental actions, what is the mental activities, but how the mentions active, how the mind have the activities, how the mind have the action. So how many actions the mind have? What kind of the thing that mind motivate the mind to have the action? Is it possible that without the object, mind can have actions by itself? Is it possible? So this is Edmund Husserl tried to explain the third point about the consciousness. Okay, I will start with the first one. Consciousness at the real phenomenological unities of the ego experience. What kind of this? So Edmund Husserl, he tried to explain about this point of view by explaining about the experience and content. So what kind of the experience, what kind of the content, how the experience, how he classified the consciousness as the unities of the experience of the ego. So according to him, experience, if the experience itself cannot have the cannot be the experience of ego, unities of the ego. In this point, that unity is like so many experience about this. So the main point is that in the experience, there is something that means sense experience, we can say. So sense, for example, perceive imaginative pictorial presentations, acts of the conception thinking, surmise, doubt, joy, grief, hope, fear, resistance, acts of view, etc. This is the experience, they said, or the content of the consciousness. So I'm going to say that the sense, on the sense, for example, perceptions, presentations, thinking, this is the sense of experience. On this sense available in consciousness. That's why, according to Edmund Husserl, he said the unities of experience includes in the consciousness because of the experience. Experience, that means experience of the consciousness. What kind of experience? How can we say the unities of experience? Because so many kind of the sense, as I said previously, that for example, perceptions, presentation, thinking, that this is the sense of the experience. So on includes in the experience, then experience include in the consciousness. That's why he said sense, these sense that mean thinking, presentation, and etc. as the unities of experience of consciousness. In despite of view that the unities of experience of the consciousness as the unities of ego experience. So easily to say that because of so many senses, in the term of sense experience, so many sense about this, for example, perception, presentation, thinking, and etc. This is about the experience. So experience includes in the consciousness. Then consciousness, because of the consciousness that ego has experience. That's why he said this is the unities of the ego experience, according to Edmund Husserl in the first characters of the consciousness. And he said consciousness is the real phenomenological unities of the ego's experience. The second one, consciousness at the inner perceptions. So as I said initially, is that Husserl classified the two perceptions: first, external perception, and the second one, inner perception. So two things that different, but the difference, but anyway, two difference, but they join together because without the external perceptions, that impossible to get the inner perception. But Husserl accepts only inner perceptions as the real perceptions because of the data they perceive, comparing with the data they perceive in the external perception. So two kind of the thing, the difference. For example, external perceptions, for example, I connect with the object outside only, but only the object, but we may not able to know that what kind of the contents of the object. So, but inner perceptions are very different. Inner perception, this means they perceive the not only the object, but the data of the objects. For example, not only the appearance of the objects, but the contents of the objects. For example, the shape of the object, the color, the data of the color of the object, and especially according to him, the objects not appear only the object itself, but they appear because of the shape, the data of the object, the values of the object. That's why intentions must be there, intention to perceive. So in this point of view that he said, inner perceptions, he defined the author's sense of consciousness as inner perception, that this is perception with come together with actions present experience. So in this point of view that he said every perceptions occur in two ways. That means two things, two conditions that perceptions occur. First, intention to capture the object, and the other one, object appear actually. So in this point of view, I will explain later. You see what Dung Husserl said. Husserl said, insofar as they are conscious of the object, they are said to be intensively refer to this something. That means if you have a conscious of something, that there must be something. That in this point of view, that according to him, to perceive something, there must be two conditions. First, the object appearance of the object actually. The second one, intention to get the object. So without intentions, impossible to perceive the object. So according to him, he said, in this point of view, the functions of consciousness is to relate itself to the objects and always being conscious of the objects. That means because of the intentionalities, consciousness relate itself to the object and be conscious of that object. If without intention, impossible that perceptions occur. So the main point is that according to Edmund Husserl, intentionality, he said, you see, essence of consciousness in which I live as my own life, my own self, is the so-called intentionalities. That in this point of view, as I said initially, that the essence of the consciousness, that's intentionalities. But according to him, he said, because of intentionalities, that we can have the perfect perceptions or educate perception. Why? So that he tried to explain about this one. Husserl elucidated significant intentionality in relation to an educated perception. So he said, every perception is characterized by the intentions of the grasping this object at the present. And in propria persona, that means for the people itself. This is Latin language. To these intentions, perceptions correspond with the complete perfection, achieves adequacy, if the object in this itself actually present in the strictest sense, present in proprius persona, is exclusively apprehend this as that, this is that, and this is before itself a real factors in our perceiving of it. This means Edmund Husserl tried to explain about how the intentionality is important, because two things. If we want to get to perceive perfectly the object outside, that there must be two conditions, as I said initially. First, the appearance of the object actually, not in imagination. The second one, intention to perceive the object. That depend on the people, they have intentions or not. So in this point of view, if we pay intention to perceive the object outside, the object appearing outside itself, so then perceptions must be perfect. Contrast with the objects in imaginations, that one is not educated perceptions or the perfect perception. Sorry. So in this point of view, that Edmund Husserl tried to explain about the perceptions and inner perceptions, but one thing as the intermediates between perceptions and consciousness, that means essence of the consciousness, that intentionalities. Okay. The third one, consciousness as mental act or intentional experience. So actually, this one is talk about the mental activities or the actions of the mind. So actually, in this point of view, Husserl classified the consciousness as the mental acts or intentional experience. So mental acts. That's why I put question before that. Mind can have actions without the object outside. If without the object outside, what kind of the objects that mind have that motivate the mind to have actions? If because so many kind of the object outside, and in the term of the acts of the mental acts, so many kind of the mental acts also. But the point is, how many kind of the mental acts, and how many kind of the object the mind as the object of the mind. So Husserl said in investigation, in logical investigation, he said mental acts are often called the activities of consciousness, relations of the consciousness to the content, that object. And consciousness is in fact at the time defined as the comprehensive expressions covering mental acts of onset. That means, according to Edmund Husserl, and in this point of view, impossible to the mind without the object, and they have the action, because mind whenever mind have mind always have the connects with the object or the contents of the object outside, then they have the activities, then so many kind of the actions of the mind or the mental action. So I'm going to say that impossible according to Edmund Husserl, impossible for the mind to have the actions without the object. Whenever mind have the object, have the action, the objects must be there. So in this point of view, they said, is this mental act that lead to the object and its content? Each mental act contains something at the object in itself. So for example, in perception, something is perceived. In imagination, something's imagined. In the statement, something stated. In love, something loved. In hate, the hate is in desire, something desired, etc. That means this is when mind have actions, there must be the object. There must be the object. Without the object, impossible for mind to have the action. For example, when we perceive something, there must be the object that to be perceived is. So this is the object perceived is. This is the object of mind. Then mind have the action. This is for the experience also. he said experience success, the experience of fear, hope, joy, desire, etc. must have its object. For example, for instance, fear is the fear of something. That's why in this point of view, that's impossible to fear without anything. We fear because of something. Hope is a hope about something. This one also, joy is a joy about something. Desire is desire of something, etc. So in this point of view, that means whenever experience occur, there must be the objects of the experience. So the mind direct is toward that object. Then he said, for example, when we desire, so desire is towards the object of desire, So impossible we desire without any object. So otherwise that everything will be imagined. So that's why he said in this point of sin, he said, therefore, whenever the experience occurs, there might be the dialectics toward the experience. For example, desire is desire toward and the objects of desire, joy towards and the object of joy, etc. Yes. So this experience, that's Husserl said that intentional experience. So conclusion. As the Husserls classify the consciousness into three characteristics. First, consciousness as the real phenomenological unities of the ego experience. In this point of view, that means the sense experience, the sense of the experience, then the experience of what experience of the consciousness. Then consciousness has the experience. That's why so many kind of the consciousness available in experience. So then then the unities of the experience includes in the consciousness. Then that's consciousness, because of that consciousness that ego has experience. So that's why they said consciousness as the unities of the ego's experience. The second one, consciousness as the inner experience. That's he tried to explain explain about the essence of the consciousness. That means intentionalities. So intentionalities, as I said initially, is that play important role to perceive the object outside because of the intentionalities of the consciousness, that consciousness relate itself to the object and perceive the object outside. Consciousness as mental act or intentionally experience. This means mind can have actions that's because of the object outside. Without the object, impossible for the mind to have the action. That means so many kind of the actions in the term of the mental action. Then because of so many object outside, so many kind of the action also. So that's why in this point of view that he said consciousness as the mental act or the intentional experience. Totally from the first consciousness as the real, as the unities of the ego experience, consciousness as the inner experience, consciousness as the mental act. That's one thing. Then one thing really necessary that he tried to explain about not only consciousness, but consciousness have the object outside and also the essence of consciousness, that the sense or the perceptions coming. Yes, thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sompong, for your nice presentation. Since we have to complete this session by 4 p.m., let us directly move to Dr. Prabodh Das for his lecture on phenomenology of consciousness and Advaitic perspective. After the talk of Dr. Das, we will have discussion on both the papers. Thank you. Over to Dr. Das for the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, respected coordinator of this international webinar, Professor Panirselvam ji, and other esteemed delegates present here. The theme of this international webinar was Phenomenology of Consciousness. To me, this very title, this very phrase, Phenomenology of Consciousness, that presupposes consciousness as primordial. There is something consciousness, therefore we are talking about phenomenology of consciousness. So here consciousness is the primordial source, the underlying source, and the transcendental source. So that we are discussing about phenomenology of consciousness. This is the Advaitic standpoint. And that is a triangular case. Three things we have: consciousness, consciousness of the object or the external world, and man. In a triangular way, we have three elements: consciousness. Who has consciousness? Man has consciousness. Consciousness of what? Consciousness of the object. Imagine the elimination of a man. Suppose man does not exist. Suppose I am sleeping. Suppose I die. Then other people are there, therefore consciousness exists in my absence. Man is not. Then two things: consciousness and the object. Out of these two, which can be said to be the primordial? Materialist philosophers say that it is matter, it is atom, out of which everything can be created. This is the claim of science. They don't believe in consciousness. Consciousness as we understand in Advaita Vedanta or in spiritual science. And the other counterpart, they think consciousness is the primordial. So there is a competition between consciousness and matter, which can be said to be the primordial. Forget about man. Then logically, we shall give the priority to consciousness to be primordial because matter cannot explain matter. Matter is not explained by matter. If there is any explanation, if there is any chance of knowledge, if there is any interpretation, that is not the job of matter. So matter is not self-explained. Matter cannot explain itself, and matter cannot explain consciousness. So consciousness is the only reality that is left besides man and object, other two entities. And that remains primordial because it is self-luminous. It is self-explained. It is consciousness that can explain itself, and through consciousness, everything can be explained. So consciousness is the primordial source. Here comes the Advaitic standpoint, because that is the only source by which everything else can be explained. Number one. Number two, what is man? Man himself is questioned by David Hume. He does not accept man. That I cannot bath twice in the same river. It is said by many great philosophers. Buddha said that the mere congregation of sensations, feelings, etc. So we, as per Husserl and other phenomenologists, we take man to be granted. That it is man and it is human consciousness and it is the human consciousness of the object. But the very man is questioned in philosophy. I can't hold myself as a man because my minds are changing, my perceptions are changing, my feelings are changing, my knowledge is changing. I am getting mature day by day. I am transforming from the state of ignorance to the state of knowledge. So what is my existence as a man? How can I define myself as a man? So how can I take myself as a granted man? Yes, I am a man and I can claim that I have consciousness and I have the consciousness of the object. Similarly, the object is also questioned. We cannot particularly say that this is really this table, this is the real chair. This has been questioned by empiricist philosophers. So the triangular relation between man, consciousness and object is very much doubtful. So, whenever there is a dualistic order, both in East and West, it is too difficult to make a connection between consciousness and the object. From Western side, we may take the example of Descartes. He forcefully he took a mediator, that mind-body relationship, interaction gene, pineal gland, etc. He took such a plea to explain the relation between mind and matter. Plato did the same thing. In Sankhya system, when there is a relation between Purusha and Prakriti, it is said that Purusha is reflected in Mahat. Otherwise, there will be no chance for creation. Similarly, very technically, we can explain the relation between the consciousness and the object in a Vedantic perspective with a technology. As it is explained in Sankhya, as it is explained in Descartes, as it is explained in Platonic philosophy, similarly in Vedanta philosophy, it is said that if consciousness is the primordial, that pure consciousness or absolute consciousness, that is without objects, without intentionality. Intentionality is a mental function. When we talk about intentionality, it is a mental activity. Then mind is also questioned. What is mind? We take many things to be granted in philosophy. This is mind, but mind is questioned. Buddhi is questioned. Ego is questioned. So in Vedanta, it is explained that there are different layers of consciousness, and man is nothing but a layer of consciousness. In Aurobindo philosophy, it is also said that. Sometimes we take ourselves as granted. Yes, this is man. Suppose we take ourselves as granted. Are all human beings same? Many minds, many thoughts. Many minds, many philosophers. Even if we take man as granted, we all are different from each other. So, Vedanta explains that pure consciousness is reflected in Antahakarana. Antahakarana, that means man is better explained in its accessories. What are the accessories of man? That's Antakarana, Mana, Buddhi, Chitta, Ahankara. Mind, intellect, Mana, Buddhi, Chitta, memory, and ego. These four things, we may call this combination of these four as man. And these four are also subject to change. So Vedanta does not reject the question of changing. Vedanta accepts the Jagat, the changing Jagat, the empirical Jagat, the changing aspects of human being. That the mono is not, in Indian tradition, what we understand as mono, that is not the mind in Western philosophy. They take mind as the brain. But in Indian tradition, mono is emotion, mind is emotion, and that is a modification of consciousness. Buddhi is intellect, intellectual aspect, and chitta is memory, and ego is the agency that holds the chit chaya. What is chit chaya? Exactly as Purusha is reflected in Mahata, similarly the pure consciousness cannot be assessed, but it is the underlying principle. It is the logical, we can claim logically that if something is not primordial, we cannot have subsequent mental functions. It is also accepted by Immanuel Kant that beyond all perceptions, there is an synthetic unity of apperception. So that explains the fragmented perceptions are united through the synthetic unity of apperception. That means something constant is accepted for the explanation of the fragmented movements. So that pure consciousness, it is pure because it is not attached with any object, that is getting reflected in Antahakarana. Antahakarana means Mana, Buddhi, Chitta, Ahankara. And that is called Chit Chaya, that becomes the shadow of the consciousness. Suppose a man is hiding behind the bush. We cannot see the man, but we can find the man through his shadow. By following the shadow, we can see the man. So it is not necessary to see the man. If at least we understand the shadow, if at least we follow the shadow up the man, we can get man who is hidden. Similarly, the pure consciousness is very difficult to realize, because once we realize, we become that. Brahmavid Brahme Bhavati. So we cannot reach that. We cannot touch sun. We can just enjoy the sun rays. Similarly, we cannot assess that self-consciousness, because once we assess that, we become one. There will be no duality between knower and known. So what functions? That is Chit Chaya, because it is the reflected consciousness, as it is Mahat in Sankhya system. So it is the reflected consciousness, Chit Chaya, that is functioning through Mana, Buddhi, Chitta, Ahankara. So this is the explanation. And who is the dominant force? That is ego. That ego is identifying itself with something, that is object. When it is identifying itself, that is called Tadatma Bhava. The ego becomes identified with self, the object. It is one layer of consciousness. The ego identifies itself with mana, that is another layer of consciousness. The ego identifies itself with buddhi, that is another layer of consciousness. And the ego identifies itself with Brahman, that is also another layer of consciousness. So the identifications vary from moment to moment. As we become more identified day by day, we become merged with the pure consciousness. This is the process. So that is a descending and ascending process. Descending is that the pure consciousness is getting reflected in Antahakarana, and that is enabling Antahakarana to be associated with the external world. So there are different, for example, in Jagrata. What happens in Jagrata? In the waking state, we all experience, this is all common sense. We all experience the waking state. Now we are all in the waking state. Now I am speaking and you are listening to me. We are now in the waking state. What happens in the waking state? In the waking state, the ego is more vibrant. The ego is more possessive. The ego is more vigilant, and my ego in the waking state is more powerful. It is more dominant. It is dominating me. It is making me identified with the external object, and it is claiming that I am that. It is my house. It is my position. It is my service. The world, the way I perceive the world is like that. This is my claim in the waking state, but that ego functions differently in the dream state, in the dreamless sleep state. The same ego that functions in the waking state in such a vibrant way, that ego becomes very submissive in the dream state, and also more submissive in the state of a dreamless sleep. So what happens here? When we are away from the pure consciousness, in the descending process, we enter into the phenomenological world. Phenomenological world means the world that has been created by the modification of pure consciousness. The pure consciousness, I am, that is my real identity, that is my last journeying point. I shall reach there. So far as I have not reached there, I cannot get peace. I shall have sorrow. I shall have depression. I shall have struggle. I shall have many things. But I am marching towards that. This is the goal of my life. That is called the moksha, that is called the final state of our existence. This is the real life. This is not a philosophical life. This is not a philosophical explanation. The life that we live every day. So what I am, I can't define myself, because I am I with my present state of mind, present state of buddhi, present state of memory, and present state of ego. I am that. But you are not me. You are with your mind, you are with your intellect, we are with your memory, and you are with your ego. That means the external world that we perceive, that is different from each other. Your world is your world, my world is my world. Therefore, there is a distinction between Sarpa and Raju, a snake and rope. Snake and rope, we cannot cancel them totally, because either there is snake or a rope. We cannot reject both. We mistake the rope as a snake because of my ignorance, because of my tadatmya, because of my attachment with the past memory. Because in the past I have perceived snake, therefore in the present perception my memory is superimposed. So there are two types of. I am also adding the new members who are joining. Okay. So there are two things. One is behavior, that is projection, and another is concealment. Concealment means that means to conceal something, to conceal the reality. This is the two sides of the two powers of Maya. That is called Maya. How it functions? The pure consciousness being reflected in Antakarana, it started functioning. So intentionality comes from that. Why you intend in this way? Because of your Antakarana. But why I intend in this way? Because of my Antakarana. The same battlefield. Arjuna is there, Lord Krishna is there, and all the Kauravas are there. But their behavior, their projections are different, because their Antakaranas are different. So we cannot define mind as equal to all, as if it is equal for all. We cannot define buddhi as it is equal for all. We cannot take memory as it is equal to all. We are all different according to our constitutions of Antakarana and its functionality. So how my mind is functioning, that depends upon my spiritual sadhana, how I develop my antakarana, how I groom my mind, how I groom my intellect. That is education. Education means transformation. We are educated means we are getting transformed day by day. We have to develop, we have to groom our mind, we have to groom our intellect, we have to replace our memory, and we should have a very sound ego. That here ego is in a very positive sense, but that is also the cause of ignorance. But beyond this antakarana, I can reach that, I can be merged in that state of a pure consciousness. So now the question comes. Professor Panir Selvam asked one question to Professor Sipkala madam, that how consciousness can be without intention, how non-intentional consciousness is possible. The answer is here object does not mean the physical object about which the consciousness is attached. Consciousness is not only the conscious of the physical object. Consciousness is also conscious of my thoughts. What I am thinking, that is also conscious of, that is also thought of. That is also consciousness of my thought also. I witness my thoughts. I witness my memory. So here my thought becomes the object of consciousness. So in that sense, consciousness always remains primordial to my thoughts also. Whatever I am thinking only because there is a primordial source, that is consciousness. I am thinking, I am intending, I am memorizing, I am exercising my ego for doing any action. Ego means the agency, that is functioning. Therefore, I claim that I am father, I am mother, I am teacher, or I am taking responsibility. I am using my freedom. This is agency. So consciousness of an object in the phenomenological sense, it is not the only the physical object that we perceive, it is also consciousness of my thoughts, consciousness of my antakarana. That means the primordial consciousness, that is the underlying principle. Waking state, there is the same pure consciousness in the equal version, in the equal intensity, it is present in my waking state. In the same version is present in my dream state. The same version is present in my dreamless sleep state. So that is not changing, that is the constant. In mathematics we know that there is constant and variables. Constant remains constant, but we take different variables are changing. Similarly, the jagat that we perceive, that is not rejected away by Vedanta when it says Jagat Mithya. Jagat Mithya does not mean the non-existence of a Jagat. When Buddha said Sunya, it does not mean that nothing exists. Jagat Mithya means we should live in this empirical world. We should take Jagat as Jagat in the Vyavharika Satta, but we should have an idea, we should have a better understanding that this is subject to change. Jagat is Mithya means Jagat is subject to change. The experience of a change amounts to say that Jagat is Mithya. When Buddha says it is Sunya, it is Sunya, it is Sunya means it is indescribable. That we cannot describe it through language. We cannot describe it to be or not to be. As also in Jaina system it is said that Satvad. So not only Vedanta, Naya system also says that it rejects the Western view of perception. If the Western view of perception says that perception is possible by the direct contact between object and sense organ. This is the point, this is the standpoint, that the object and sense organ, when they come in contact, we have perception. Naya system rejected this view. Naya perception says perception is possible only when, only 2 minutes. Perception is possible when mind interferes. Without the interference of a mind, mere contact between object and sense organ cannot yield any knowledge. Because when I am absent-minded, I am driving my car, I very well look at the road, I see the road, but I face the accident because my mind is absent. So that is a role of a mind as the mediator to be in between the contact between sensor and object. Not only that, Naya system also says there is also a contact of spirit, soul. Soul should be contact with. So that is a threefold contact: sense organ and object, mind and sense organ, and soul and soul and mind. If all these contacts are there, then perception is possible. So that soul is primordial. That higher consciousness is primordial. So this is the point. I can take a very common example in our family. What happens? Father understands the mistakes of the children because the understanding of a father is more mature, because he has the experience. Therefore, he can understand the child, because child misunderstands father, because he does not know the gap between father and son. Similarly, we ignorant people, when we say that I am a human being, I claim myself as a human being and take myself as granted, and therefore I take the external world as granted. Therefore, we commit a mistake. So, therefore, Immanuel Kant we shall salute Immanuel Kant, being a Western philosopher. He made a revelation by claiming that human region has its own limits. That man should know what is the limit of his knowledge. That the best use of sense experience and the best use of region, he can know only the phenomenal world. He cannot access to the nominal world. So my conclusion is, man himself is a condition to phenomenology. Because when anything is interpreted, it is interpreted through man, through a human perspective, through a human framework. That is the ground of a phenomenology. This is the point. Because being a man, whatever I shall see through the conditions of a glass. That glass is human perspective. From this phenomenology starts. It is there in Indian philosophy. It is there in Western philosophy. It is there in Platonic philosophy. It is there in Descartes, Kant, even John Locke. John Locke also said that. So in this way, we cannot escape human perspective. So phenomenology is very natural to human existence. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Das, for your nice presentation. Well, we had two presentations, one by Dr. Sompong and Dr. Das. Well, Sompong tried to see consciousness in the perceptual process as fundamentally intentional. But Dr. Das, while asserting a thesis that pure consciousness as the underlying principle in different layers of consciousness, maybe in man loses his identity in the state of Turiya, and maybe in that state even intentionality is lost. Maybe that is the thesis that Professor Das comes up with. So I wish to have few lines from Paneer Selvam sir on both the papers. Over to Dr. Professor Paneer Selvam sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Narayan Rao ji. I really appreciate both the papers, paper presenters, Dr. Sampong as well as Professor Dash, for making a very nice presentation, thought-provoking two addresses we heard. With regard to Sampong's paper, Sampong, are you there? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regard to Sampong, he made a very, very beautiful point, which I liked very much. That is, he says in one place, to perform some action, objects must be there. This is a very, very interesting point, which means in order to perform your action, some objects or other must exist in the world, in the empirical world, or just say world. So this means for Husserl, world is a starting point. World is a starting point for perception. And the human being as the perceiving subject, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So this is very much highlighted. In fact, this is a very new point which I received from him. I think I would be happy to develop this, especially when he said that for action, objects must be there. It implies a lot of things. So thank you for highlighting this point. But I would like to know from you, Dr. Sampong, what does Husserl mean by pure perception?
Oh, good.
Can there be pure perception? What is a pure perception?
Oh,
Does
good.
it mean that there is impure perception? Or is he mentioning about determinate perception or indeterminate perception, which we normally talk about in Indian system as Savikalpaka and Nirvikalpaka? Please explain.
Oh, really nice. That's the main point for phenomenology. So because, as I said initially, that two kind of perceptions, external perceptions and inner perception. External perceptions is not the pure perception because of the object outside. But inner pure perception, that means the content inside mind, or we call the immanent data. How can we perceive the immanent data? That we have to reduce, or Husserl used the term epoche. So reduce, this means reduce the words of the object outside, concentrates only the object inside mind. For example, for the first time we perceive the object outside, then not only the object we perceive, but the contents of the object we perceive. Contents of the object, that means contents of the data, the data of the object. For example, the data of the color, the data of the shape and everything. As soon as we perceive and we keep all information inside mind, then the information inside mind, this is the main point for Husserl, that Husserl said that immanent data or hydraulic data. So how can we perceive the immanent data and hydraulic data inside? That means we have to disconnect the world outside, concentrate only the data inside. So this is, he said, the pure perception. So, but but information outside and information inside that, according to Hudson, that why he said that that's data very necessary, because the external perceptions of the object outside is not the true, it's not the reality, because always changing. So whatever changing, that one is not the real perception. But whatever never change, that's, he said, the real perceptions, because the data inside mind 10 years later, 15 years later, that still we can have the same data comparing with the data outside. Data outside just 5 years, 10 years, that everything changed, but the data inside mind not change. That's why he said, how can we perceive the imminent data or hypothetical data? That's we have to reduce. That's the pure perception, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now, with regard to Professor Dash, very interesting paper. I think that he's a committed Advaitin. So naturally, one would expect him to support this pure consciousness which the Advaitins are talking about. My basic problem with the Advaita or the Advaitins is the nature of this pure consciousness which all of you are talking about. Because when we say that in the external world or in the empirical world, there are objects, of course, there are objects, and these objects are known through my experience. So the existence or the presence of object is very much essential so that I can know the nature of this. And to apply Husserl here, one can say there is always a consciousness of something, which means the objects must exist. That's all. But when you come to pure consciousness, you have been talking about this pure consciousness in Turiya, where there is no object, and there is no intentionality, nothing is there. This seems to be a little problematic. One cannot escape by saying that no, that system presents this view, and Vishishtadvaita presents a different perspective. So we have to see that in that perspective, all that is fine. But for a common man or for a common thinker who is appreciating the methodology of the West, how do you convince such person? At least in the case of Vishishtadvaita, as I have been telling Srikala Nair, it is very clear. And Husserl position nobody can question. Because in the empirical world, objects are there, and so consciousness is operating there. All that is fine. But when you are talking about Turiya, only you say consciousness, and objects are not there. But how do I know that? If you say that, no, you cannot know that, then my basic question is, what is the use of such a consciousness? So my problem here is the Advaitins take a transcendental approach. That is, they take a leap. This I would call the ontological leap. Okay, you are talking about the empirical world. Okay, Vyavarika world where you and me exist. But when I ask further questions, you just take a shelter, I would say, in pure consciousness or Turiya, and you say that you cannot understand that. And he says that it is Paramarthika. So this is what I am exactly questioning. You are in empirical world, you are talking about the empirical nature. Then when the question comes with regard to pure consciousness, then you take a refuge by saying that it is something different. So this, I would say, the ontological leap from the empirical to the transcendent. So my question is that what is the benefit of this leap? Take Vishna's way, that is very clear. It's very clear. They say that there cannot be what is called bare consciousness. In Turiya, we are talking about consciousness. Is it a bare consciousness? That's what I am asking. I mean, this is a basic question which comes to my mind whenever I encounter this problem with the Advaita. So what would
Pandit Selvam, sir,
ah,
can I intervene?
no, first
Yes,
let
madam. Yes, please,
Professor
please.
Pradhan, I mean, let Das answer, then you join in discussion. So,
Thank
sir,
you.
Das, now you tell.
Thank you. Thank you. When we are discussing about Jagrata, Swapna, and Susupti, we are
Sir,
discussing.
your voice is low.
Yes, yes. Now it is clear.
Now fine. Huh?
Yeah, now fine.
Yes. When we are talking about the Turiya state, it is not alienated from our practical existence. Okay. We can philosophically discuss the difference between Jagrata, Swapna, and Susupti. But when real existence comes, the implication is that even in the waking state, can I live like a man having Turiya state? That is the question. These are the different layers of consciousness. In the waking state, the common man lives with the waking state of consciousness. But a seer, but a mature man can live, for example, Lord Krishna and Arjuna, the same battlefield, but with different sets of mind. How you take, suppose phenomenologists say that I am conscious means I am conscious of the object. The same phenomenologists or same empiricists criticize them. How can you take this object as object? How can you define this object that I see this table as table? This has been questioned. So this is the problem. So how can we define the object as the object? Yes, I am the person, I am the observer, and this is the object that I claim to be the object. It is the same object that is claimed by Amita Balmiki madam, that is claimed by you, that is claimed by Dr. Rao. The objects appear to be different. So the point is, objects may be different, but the common factor is my consciousness. I am conscious, you are conscious, he is conscious, everybody is conscious, but they are conscious of the same object, but with different aspects. You are looking at the flower, you have one perception. I am looking at the same flower, I have another perception. Different perceptions are there because the objects are perceived differently to the different observers. Then what is the status of object? So the status of object itself is questioned, but the underlying principle of consciousness is not questioned because of that underlying principle, there is a chance for consciousness of object. That I am only one sentence. Because of consciousness, we are conscious of object. Because of consciousness, we are conscious of object. If there is no consciousness at the underlying principle, there is no question of consciousness of object. Number one, this is one way. In another way, what we claim to be the object, that object is also phenomenal from person to person. This is something for me. The same person is father to me. The same person is son to another person. The same person is uncle to another person. The object is perceived differently. The object to a scientist, the object to a religious person, the object to a philosopher is different. So what is the object? That is the question by David Hume. That is questioned by Gautam Buddha. So my point is something that cannot be questioned, that is primordial, and that is that I am conscious. I am conscious of what that can be filled by different people in different ways. My humble submission.
Now, before we request Shanta Kumari, who is a well-known scholar in Advaita, let us listen to her. But prior to that, I would like to humbly submit Professor Das. Noise is coming. Some noise.
Yes, sir. Professor
Please,
Muralidhar
please,
Sethi is
mute.
in the close.
Murli Babu, please mute. Murli Babu, please mute.
Hello, somebody switch off
Murli
the
Babu,
mic,
please
please.
mute.
Das,
Switch off the mic,
Das, we
please.
can mute them today, na? We can mute
you
them.
mute this Murli. Muralidhar's mic.
Murli Babu, Murli
Sir,
Babu.
someone who is
Yeah,
an admin
the device, please switch
direct.
off.
Yeah. I feel, Professor
Thank you.
Das, you have missed the main thread argument of the phenomenologies. Now, I really appreciate the Advaitins for using the methodology of Husserl or phenomenology in general to Advaitic context. But there are some problems. Now, let me examine the Mandukya Upanishad. This is what I learned from my teacher. Now, in the three states of experience, I would like to use the word three states of experience, Jagrat, Swapna, and Susupti. In all the three states of experience, consciousness is operating. This is acceptable, and this comes to the position of, which is similar to the position of the phenomenologists. Absolutely no problem. No quarrel with the phenomenologists. In the waking stage, I see you. So I am able to see you means my consciousness is operating. That's fine. Then in the second stage, namely dream, okay, for example, I see a line. Then suddenly I wake up and then seek your help. Something like that. So there also I see some object, some entity, some animal, and immediately I respond. So consciousness is operating. In fact, this position which is given in Advaita is not acceptable to Western thinkers. For example, when my teacher, Professor Balasubramaniam, was making a presentation on phenomenology, quoting Mandukya Upanishad to the Western audience, Professor Anthony Flew was there. Anthony Flew stood up and said, "Don't say that I saw a lion in my dream, because you have not seen a lion. You can only say, I dreamt a lion." But allow that, saying that I saw a lion, that also consciousness is operating. In deep sleep also, one can say that after waking from the deep sleep stage, I get up and say, "Oh, Das, I slept very well. I slept like a log." So that means I am able to recollect it. So consciousness is operating. So all these three stages of experience are very beautiful, and this can be compared to Husserl's position, which is quite acceptable. But when you move to the other stage, the fourth stage, the problem starts. This is one is empirical, then other is transcendental, because in Turiya, you say you don't have objects to perceive. You don't have nothing to see. So that is a pure consciousness. Once again, the Advaitins would claim that it is pure consciousness. This is a little problematic. And here also the Advaitins would safeguard themselves by saying that there are two kinds of consciousness. One is a foundational consciousness, other is functional consciousness. Now, for example, the three states of experience which we are talking about is nothing but a functional consciousness. That is where consciousness is operating. And they also talk about foundational consciousness, and they put Turiya there. They say Turiya belongs to this foundational consciousness. Now, the thing is, there is nothing called foundational of consciousness. Consciousness is consciousness, that's all. So, how do we allow that? That is a major question. But if you say that is their metaphysical position, then there is no answer. But no, why do you want to apply the framework of the phenomenologists? You take the framework from them. At the same time, you at one stage you reject them and try to argue that your position is better than their position. So this is little problematic. So that's why I'm questioning. Not that I'm incompetent to talk about Advaita Vedanta, because
Sir, one sentence I shall say. When you are admitted for operation and you are given anesthesia, that is the state of that state. You see, you are not dead, but you do not have any object to perceive. Your entire body is getting operated. But after some times, you will revive your consciousness. So exactly, in the medical science, it is the doctors are applying this methodology. So there is local anesthesia that you are conscious. You conscious somehow you are conscious. You are looking your operation. Or there is general anesthesia where you are not dead, but you don't have anything to object. You can't see, you can't experience the operation taken. So this is something about experience that cannot be demonstrated through any laboratory methodology. As like some speaker said, measurement of consciousness. Can we measure consciousness in this way? In medical science, they are also applying the anesthesia, general anesthesia. And they fear to do that because if the dose will be heavy, the patient may not revive his consciousness. So, consciousness as such, without having any contact of object, is possible, and that is demonstrated in medical science also. Anyway, sir, because it is a matter of a personal experience.
Thank you, sir. The debate will continue. The debate will continue. We'll take one question from Santa Madam, then we'll wind up the session.
Professor Pannisalvam, thank you for giving me this opportunity for clarifying. See, consciousness by itself is known as Swarupa Jnana, what you say, foundational consciousness. Intentionality becomes Vritti Jnana. That is when the mind undergoes a modification for knowing the object, then that intentionality starts. And this problem between contentless cognition, nirvishayaka jnana, and intentionality has been there. That is, for example, in deep sleep, as you said, in Turiya Avastha, even while we are traveling in a bus, suppose while reading a book, we fall asleep. All right. After 5-10 minutes, we come back to the conscious state. Then you say, I didn't know anything. That means consciousness was there, but awareness was not there. That awareness is what gives you intentionality. Another example, that CC camera. Suppose in a restaurant, that camera is on. The whole day it reveals all the activity. When the restaurant is shut down in the night and they open that shop in the morning, they will see a blank. Not because that CC was switched off, but because there was no activity in that cafeteria to be revealed on that CC recording. And this contentless cognition, you can infer. You cannot have direct access because the mind is not functioning in that state. Intentionality, the Triputi Jnana, comes only when the mind is functioning. But in that Sushupti Avastha, mind goes back from the Karya Avastha to the Karana Avastha, causal condition. Mind goes to rest, like your computer. If you leave it, it begins to sleep. Then once again, when you shake the mouse, all the icons appear on the screen. Like that, the mind, not because the computer was switched off, but there was no activity at that time for the screen to show it. So that contentless cognition is Svarupa Chaitanya, because of which we are conscious as jivas, and when that exists, it becomes a dead body. In the coma state, because the mind is not active, knowledge is not possible. So intentionality, vritti jnana, becomes possible only through Chaitanya with mind. All that aham and how that nirguna Brahman, Chaitanya becomes I in 3 stages is given in the Naishkarmya Siddhi. If we see that in the first place, there is consciousness, then conditioned by antakarna, it develops pragmatic activity towards the world, and then the I appears, and then bondage. So that contentless cognition is because the mind recedes for some time. The mind is at rest. So only when we wake up again and come to the conscious state, we infer, we infer, because there was no knowledge, that is contentless cognition. We cannot have direct access. Just like a person in samadhi, the person is conscious breathing, but does not know external activity because the mind is inoperative at that time. That is it.
Thank you, thank you, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Shantaji, for
Thank you. Thank you.
Over to Dr. Professor Praveen Selvam, sir, for the third session.
First of all, we thank Professor Narayan Rauji for chairing this session in a very beautiful way. And also we thank the speakers, Professor Samphong and Professor Pramod Kumar Das, for their excellent presentation. This was a very meaningful session, and I thank
one more small point, sir. This akhandakara vritti jnana and khanda vrittis. Vrittis are of 2 kinds: finite object, finite cognition. This Brahman Atman self-realization is like that bunch of banana fruit which will destroy the fruit. So once that self-realization, Atma Sakshatkara, takes it, then the mind is transcended. That is why the mind has, the self is to be known through the self, not through the mind. The mind can only negate the obstacles and anatman. But for knowing the self, self-awareness, it is Swaprakasha. Once the obstacles are gone, the self reveals itself, like that Dashama Purusha, the 10th person. He was not aware that he is the 10th person. But when he counts himself, then he realizes, yes, I am the 10th. So that realization is like that Dashama Purushartha, self-forgetfulness, self-discovery, through realization. That is knowing oneself, experiential knowledge.
Thank you, Dr. Shanta. Now we'll move on to the third technical session, to be chaired by Professor Maharana. Maharana ji, are you there?
Yes, sir. Pranam, sir. Pranam, sir.
Pranam. Kindly start the session. Invite the scholars. There are 3 papers.
Okay, thanks so much, Professor Ponil Selvam, sir, for giving me the opportunity to preside over the international seminar on phenomenology of consciousness, Indian and Western, organized on the occasion of 12th annual celebration of Chennai Philosophical Forum, CPF, in collaboration with Philosophy Family National Forum. I extend my gratitude to all the organizers of CPF for assigning me this golden opportunity. And friends, this is the third technical session. In this session, there are three eminent professors with me to speak on the fundamental issues of the scheduled theme of the today. The first speaker is Professor Ranjan Kumar Pandey, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Mumbai. Professor Pandey is a very eminent a professor of our country, and he will speak on phenomenal experiences or on phenomenological response. The second speaker is Dr. Michael Storm of Technical University of Denmark, Copenhagen, and he will speak on disappearance of the concept of consciousness and the appearance of Dasein in Sen and Jet. The third speaker is Professor C.P. Eto of Chongqing University and Yulin Normal University. He will speak on logical analysis of Vipassana meditation. I welcome all the three speakers of the session, and I welcome all the viewers of this August session. Now, due to as we are running behind the time, all the speakers are requested to deliver the talk within 20 to 25 minutes. After the talk, there will, the talks will be open for discussion. Now, I would like to invite the first speaker, Professor Ranjan Kumar Pandey, the faculty member, the professor of IIT Mumbai, India, to speak on the scheduled topic. Over to Professor Pandey. Namaskar, sir. Namaskar. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Thank you, Professor Maharana ji. I also thank the organizer, Professor Paneerselvam, for his kind invitation, and thank you all for your precious time that we are spending it together today. There has been a lot of discussion on consciousness, on experience, and we have almost, in a sense, accepted that consciousness and experience are integrated, and they could be integrated to talk about meaning and values, so far as human life is concerned. So I think this was one of the significant project of Husserl's phenomenology. So right from the beginning, when Professor Paneerselvam talked about consciousness from phenomenological perspective, he cited two important ideas: one on heterophenomenology, and how heterophenomenology has brought a naturalistic study on consciousness, and that was Dennett's main enterprise. And this was also highlighted by other scholars, particularly Satyapradhan. Dr. Satyapradhan highlighted this when he talked about measuring consciousness with a different naturalistic perspective, referring to Tolini and Crick hypothesis, many, and one of the central theme on which he was trying to argue was biological naturalism, referring to John Searle's philosophical theory on consciousness. So I have my first two section of this paper is actually talking about such a naturalistic enterprise which has been carried out, and in Searle's understanding of consciousness, particularly with reference to biological naturalism, has highlighted two significant points. One, consciousness is naturalistic, and it is biological, and so also intentionality. So therefore, the notion of intentionality in his naturalistic framework gets a very different turn, and he calls it a naturalistic turn, where he tries to differ significantly from the phenomenologists like Husserl, Merleau-Ponty, and others. No, but really, does that intentionality, that does that Searle's intentionality really substitute to talk about a non-reductive notion of consciousness, is something which has been quite challenging. I think that question actually intrigues me very much. Though Searle apparently talks about and talks about subjectivity of consciousness and its ontological status, that it is something irreducible. But does he succeed really in making such a claim, a kind of a claim which will substitute, let us say, Husserl's theorization of consciousness and experience per se? So I think that is the question which I would like to highlight in my critique of Searle's experiential account of internalism. So I will read out these last two sections. Since only 20 minutes is given to me, I think I will try to cover that in this two sections. So or if the time is whenever the chair would like to stop me, I would stop there so that some discussion can take place. Now, the title, the section title is Critiquing Searle's Experiential Account of Internalism, because experience has been a very has been theorized in many ways. Phenomenal experience is one such experience, where it is associated with qualia, it is associated with subjectivity. Say, for example, a philosopher like Uriah Kreisel would talk about there are two different types of consciousness. Searle would say, no, they are in the intentional structure of experience, prospectivity, intentionality, subjectivity, etc. And all the 12 categories are inseparable categories, and they constitute that experience, and that constitutes internalism, which Professor Pradhan was trying to bring in when he says that consciousness is something internal. But along with this internalism, there has been quite a strong emphasis given by my previous speaker, Professor Pramod Kumar Dasji, and also my Professor Pradhan, saying that there is a transcendental consciousness, and Husserl is one of the champions in that framework, where one can really see how transcendentalism would help in understanding human consciousness better. So given that in the background, I'll just read out this. The Searlean internalism is experience centric, and the intentional content of experience is something unique to human mental life. While locating the content in mind, Searle maintains that content is experienced in the intentional act of agent's representation. Representation is subjective. Subjectivity refers to the intentional mode of experience. The intentionality relates to the subject with the world, as well as the subject with the mental states. For Searle, the world itself has no point of view. My access to the world through my conscious states is always perspectival, always from my point of view. The physical world will not have any intentionality, since intentionality originates from subject's conscious act. The first person point of view lies in the perspectival feature of representation. Achille Bilgrami, in his paper 1989 on Searle's internalism, in his critique of Searle's internalism, expresses comments three. There are three motivations underlying Searle's conceptualization of intentional content. They are: one, the metaphysical motivation; number two, the motivation to advocate an alternative theory against the science of mind. Number 3, the motivation to explain action with reference to the inner cognitive world. The metaphysical motivation shows the intuition of the internal relationship between the intentional states and agent is an supervenient relationship. Searle's theory of consciousness maintains that the mind or the consciousness is irreducible and has its own life. He claims that human intentionality and subjectivity are irreducible to brain processes. They are objective facts. As a naturalist, he upholds that mind is part of nature. Ultimately, his metaphysics does not comprise with a realistic view. However, it could be suggested that Searle's realism and internalism remain controversial. This is evident in J.N. Mohanty's criticism of Searle's theorization of intentionality, in which he remarks that intentional content cannot be causally explicable. According to Mohanty, Searle provides a causal theory of intentionality with reference to its physical ontology. It is because the neurophysiological process of the brain causes consciousness. Searle's biological naturalism advocates a causal account of intentionality, but consciousness and its properties are still irreducible to brain process. In his agenda of naturalistic inquiry, he does clarify this point. I quote, "The point I'm making here is different. The epistemology of studying the mental no more determines its ontology," unquote. The intentional explanation of the logical properties of representational state pertains to epistemology. The mind or conscious experience of thought provides the epistemic ground for intentional act. Intentionality constitutes the epistemic ground as the foundation of internality of representation and communication. Mohanty and Searle emphasize the notion of internality of representation. The notion of internality signifies the sensation, feelings, experiences, which are essential components of the mind. One may ask how the intentional object is part of the representation. For instance, I believe that Michael Obama will be elected as the president of US. This belief has intentional content that would construe its meaning. But does this mean that the mental state have an intentional object? The intentional object, as Sal described, is not a physical picture of an experiential phenomena. Rather, it refers to how we think about the experiential object. In this sense, the object of reference, therefore, object of reference would be my thinking. Michel, as the presidential candidate, having the possibility, Michael has as a presidential candidate have the possibility of winning the forthcoming presidential election. Hence, the intentional object would refer to the presence of the directedness in the content of representation itself, nothing more. Mohanty responds in the same way, saying that, I quote, "intentional act is responsible for having intentional object in experience." He writes further, in asking this way, one is stating one is starting with conscious experience under consideration, but then one finds that having such and such object as an intentional object is internal to that experience. One then comes to recognize the structure of act of noema as an irreducible point to begin with. The lesson is something that Frege saw. there is no route from object to sense. We have unavoidably to traverse the path from sense to object, as also from sense to sense giving, that is, the interpretive and constitutive function of intentionality. Unquote. The act of noema signifies the experience of intentional object um, identified in an intentional experiential structure that Husserl's phenomenology emphasizes while theorizing intentionality. So it is in this context I would like to relate to Professor Sorrow's paper in the forenoon session before lunch, where he was trying to say that ChatGPT would have an interpretive notion of agency, where he talked about semantic agent. So whether such a such a engine could really have an interpretive or meaning giving a kind of attitude, intentional attitude, is something that could be discussed. So understanding one's own everyday life and activities in the life world unfolds an act object relationship in the basic structure of intentionality. In other words, intentional experience describes the world and its relationship with consciousness. Intentional experience is prospectival, constituted due to the subject's relationship with the object. The constitution is not a causal process. This is what Zahavi says. It is not a causal process, though Zahavi is a minimalist. But see, he still says that it is not a causal process. Rather, it is intentional, conscious process that allows us to experience things objectively. In experience, a thing appears, unfolds, and is articulated. When I say I'm experiencing a beautiful raindrops falling on the rose of a garden, what it means for Husserl is this: the ego in quote, the ego has something as an intentional object of its presentation, unquote, unquote. Therefore, it means the same as in the phenomenological ego, the a concrete complex of experiences, a certain experience said in virtue of its specific nature to be present, to be a presentation of object X, is really present. The description of my experience of the rain droplets on the rose in the garden shows how my ego is living through the experience and suggests the beauty of it. Further, showing an objectifying act of reflection. The reflection in the form of judgment transcends the primal ego experience. Here, the ego appears as itself related to act's object through its act. The act's object is an intentional object, present an intentional experience, but there is a shift in Husserl's term. I quote, plainly, an essential descriptive change has occurred. The original act is no longer simply there. We no longer live in it, but we attend to it and pass a judgment on it, unquote. Thus, in phenomenology, there are layers of intentionality that, as Mahanti brings to us, unfold the intentional structure of experience and its process of objectification. The ego is part of the very act of experience and it represents subjectivity as a necessary condition for the experience of the world. However, subjectivity in its epistemic engagement with the world shows that intentionality interacts with the world. But so far as its ontology is concerned, that the Husserlian phenomenology imagines that there is a possibility of conceiving the worldless subject. That is, as Zahabi mentioned, I think this is what Professor Panirselvam was really concerned with in his previous reflection. So, the idea here is, uh, I quote, sorry, let us say, I'll just summarize Zahabi's point. That is, Zahabi mentioned, Husserl shows the possibility of living consciousness as it is. Consciousness thereby is not conditioned by the existence of the world. Rather, the first person intentional subject is the condition for having an objective world. While illustrating this point, Zahavi writes, I quote, whereas the world can only appear for a subject. Subjectivity does not need the world in order to be. The world, more generally, every type of transcendence is relative insofar as the condition of its appearances lies outside itself, namely in the intentional, in the subject. In contrast to the subject, the immanence is absolute and autonomous since its manifestation only depends on itself, unquote. The subjectivity conceptualized as having independent existence is the transcendental subjectivity. Here, subjectivity unfolds its autonomous existence when it transcends its intentional relationship with the world. By saying this, the relationship between the self and the world is not divided. Rather, it shows the possibility that one can understand the true nature of consciousness in its pure form with transcendental reflection. The consciousness in its pure form is inseparable from the content. Husserl writes, I quote, consciousness and content are not distinct notions. Content must mean experience, a real part of experience. Consciousness itself must be the complex form of complexly formed by the complex formed by the experience. Unquote. This integration of consciousness and content in the mode of what Mohanty suggested refers to, I quote, the interpretive and the constitutive mode of intentionality, unquote. Consciousness not only constitutes the intentional relations, but also transcends them. The empirical primal ego cannot reveal its transcending features. Hence, reflection and interpretation are necessary to understand the deeper structure of transcendental consciousness. Similarly, the content has both psychological and logical presence in the intentional structure of conscious experience. Consciousness and content must be denaturalized to comprehend their logical presence and autonomy of the self. I quote Professor Pradhan. Professor Pradhan writes, since consciousness itself constitutes the essence of the ego, only the transcendental ego can open up the horizon of transcendental consciousness for a phenomenological investigation. Consciousness is the primary feature of the ego, such that when the ego is denaturalized, it reveals the essence of the transcendental consciousness, unquote. This is from his Metaphysics of Consciousness, as it was referred to in the morning. The notion of transcendental consciousness is central to Husserl's phenomenology, which conceptualizes eidetic philosophy as the foundation of all sciences. The Searlean naturalization of consciousness does not free itself from the prison of science and hence falls to the note of the significance of the complex nature of intentional experiences. The last section is life world and the metaphysics of the horizon of human experience. Husserl's notion of transcendental experience of subjectivity frees us from the naturalistic dogmatism and discloses our encounter with idealism, as Professor Pradhan was pointing out in the morning. Naturalism in general and Searlean biological naturalism in particular maintains a form of realism that theorizes the existence of the world independent of the mind. The mind is dependent on a certain natural condition and thereby is not free of its causal closure. The real relationship between the world and the mind is causal, and this conception of the mind involves determinism. Husserl construes this as a dogmatic aim of naturalism and thereby argues in favor of transcendental idealism. While explaining Husserl's transcendental idealism, Dan Zahavi writes, I quote, according to Husserl, every object must necessarily be understood in the correlation to experiencing subjectivity. If dogmatic presuppositions are to be avoided, however, if a decisive break with ontological dogmatism demands and implies a return to the field of givenness, any assertion concerning the existence of a mind independent reality seems unacceptable. We are thus confronted with Husserl's idealism, unquote. Husserl's idealism confirms that consciousness is real and does not exclude the existing world. Rather, the self and the world are understood in the mode of intentional engagement or correlation, which shows that intentional experience is central to the discourse of subjectivity and objectivity of the world as well. Thus, intentionality of experience remains significant so far as the notion of self and the world relation is concerned. Phenomenology does not undermine this primacy of intentional experience to be reduced to a complex form of sensation and sense data. Rather, Husserlian idealism defends a direct and unmediated perceptual realism. Since the horizon of the notion of intentional experience in phenomenology forms a correlation between the mind and the world, or the self and the world, or also uses transcendental reduction, epoche, as a new way of experiencing thinking and confirming the primacy of transcendental subjectivity. We need to analyze the necessity of introducing the notion of life world in the discourse of experience. The intentionality of human experience in the life world brings how we live with our everyday human activities. The pursuit, I think this is where I think I would like to critique as following Professor Das to Satya Pradhan's paper, that the life world in which we all live is something very, very fundamental in phenomenology, and I think that cannot be just substituted with the presence of robots or any intelligent machines. So the pursuit of science as a part of everyday life, the scientific knowledge demands on everyday knowledge of life world. Life world has a humanistic as well as a metaphysical concern for Husserl. The humanistic concern signifies, I quote, the experience of other in the life world. Human experiences must involve empathy, compassion, and commitment to understand the other. As we value things, humans' relations are also to be valued. This is because we live with each other, which unfolds a space of intersubjectivity. Human living, thinking, and judging are part of the background condition of the life world. Our failure to relate to others in our sociocultural and spiritual activities exposes the crisis in human society. Thus, it is a failure to experience the value of humanity. It is in this regard Husserl spoke against the irrationalism that the Nazis sowed. I quote Husserl, life world is a framework or horizon in which human beings live, work, and think. Thus, it contains hope and aspiration and attitudes towards the other, unquote. The life world therefore has a metaphysical ground for humanity. Professor Pradhan has a special paper on the metaphysics of the life world. So I have referred to Professor Pradhan here, where he says life world therefore has a metaphysical ground for humanity. This was a special volume published, I think, in the year 2000. So when it was the old JICPR, edited by Professor Dayakrishna. The crisis surfaces deeply when we try to reduce human life to a mere automata. This is too much quantification of things in the life world, as I know we are talking about against such a measurement of consciousness. So this is too much of a quantification of things which Husserl was afraid of. Science and technology in the contemporary world have nurtured the project of quantification systematically to articulate reductionism. Quantification as a scientific model undermines the values of the world. Husserl, I quote, this is what Woodruff Smith writes, quoting Husserl's idea. I quote Smith, Husserl's metaphysical account the of the life world discloses his agony towards a great success of modern mathematical science, which he thought has pulled us from our foundational experience in the life world, unquote. The, the transcendental phenomenology is grounded in the life world. And I quote Professor Pradhan here again, it is a pre-given constitutive and self-evident, the transcendental phenomenology is grounded in the life world. I quote Professor Pradhan, it is a pre-given constitutive and self-evident. It is basic constitutive ground for all our thoughts and experiences, unquote. The experiences are intrinsic to consciousness and regarded as real and irreducible. The naturalists, particularly the cognitive science, in the name of scientific explanation of consciousness, have tried their best to eliminate consciousness. In conclusion, I would like to state that it could be said that the naturalistic approach to the study of experience and consciousness in Searle's philosophy through a non-reductive still ultimately views life within a realistic paradigm. If one keeps away or suspends it with a phenomenological spirit of epoche, one could see the virtue in his conceptualization of philosophy of society, which is grounded on his theory of intentionality. The Searle later on, I know if some people have read Searle after 95, his work on philosophy of society is quite significant, where he talks about social ontology and things like that. So Searle's theory of consciousness and intentionality, beyond its causal account, tries to advocate layers of ontology in which intentionality involves a deontic power to constitute the underlying normative condition in which meaning or the experiential content and values are functionally retained as something non-reductive. When the large continent of empiricist epistemology and the analytic naturalism argues in favor of sense data theory and explains away consciousness, Searle finally resists his view on internalism and accommodates a unification of sensation, feelings, experiences are part of mental events or the mind. For him, human beings are beings with consciousness and language, and they express their thoughts and ideas with intentional content. Hence, they are not machines. For Searle, a machine cannot think. No robot or robotic function can replace human consciousness. Further, he intends to see the value of life within the institutional framework of society, where values are constituted and practiced. The Husserlian theorization of intentional experience unfolds, on the other hand, the constitution of values in the realm of a transcendental phenomenological structure of consciousness. Consciousness is real and intentional. Phenomenological account of consciousness shows the limit of the naturalistic theorization of experience and reality. Life world provides a grand metaphysical ground for understanding the nature of material and the spiritual values. Consciousness and experience are fundamental for reflective thinking, internalization, and expression of values. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Professor Pandey, for beautifully reflecting on the phenomenological response on the phenomenal experiences, where you have given the conceptualization of intentionality, basic structure of intentionality, intentionality of a human experience, metaphysical foundation of life world and values, intentional objects, and the transcendentalism in connection with the hostel, Professor Mahanti and Professor Pradhan. Thanks so much, Professor. Speaker is Dr. Michael Stam of Technical University of Denmark. His paper is on disappearance of the concept of consciousness and the appearance of relation in Sen and Jet. I would like to request Professor Dr. Michael Stam to comment. Over to Dr. Michael Stam.
Thank you very much. Is my sound okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a presentation. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very honored to present this. This is my agenda, but I just straight to the next subject. That is a question about articulation. This is my field, and so it's not really how to look at phenomenon or what is a consciousness, but it's rather how do we use the language when we talk about consciousness? In what way are we forced to choose certain words, and very often also the opposite? So articulation is about forming words, and it's predominantly speech and not writing. I consider speech to be an active play of sound and meanings, and therefore this is the dominant and the most important version of language. We have heard about the consciousness, and actually in phenomenology, there is some problem about what is consciousness. Is it individual? Are we talking about that consciousness, or is it about universal consciousness, like is it a class, or is it essence or idea? And what does metaphysics mean? Is it solved now because it's criticized by both Heidegger and Husserl? And if you possess some truth, some kind of truth, and that truth is not readily available, unproblematic, then you have to possess some words which is opposite. Why are we not able to capture the truth? Why are we not able to immediately understand our true self, Atman or Brahman? Why is it concealed from us, and how? So in Husserl, it would be a natural world. We are directed towards objects, and we kind of have some difficulty to have a language which point towards intentions. Heidegger invented this expression, the day, das Man, to give us a sense of that there always is this kind of obstacle, and it's penetrate our every understanding. And when we go to his later philosophy, it's going to be more and more difficult to get around or to evade. That is the imagination, but it's just absence of truth, which is kind of positive force. And at Advaita Vedanta, there is some kind of steps to go forward towards realizing something, and really much different from Western philosophy. There is a hermeneutics which belongs to the Advaita way, so it can help us to understand and interpret the great sayings. But it's not a question of interpretation, because if you interpret this according to Sarvajnanatman, then you are not, you don't have this important and pervasive knowledge about shit. And therefore, it's not a question about hermeneutics, and it's not only a question about practice. So in some way, there should be both of them. And this is what we lack in Western philosophy, because we use very much our reasoning. Philosophy is about reasoning. First, my honored speakers before have a very deep knowledge about Advaita Vedanta. And I will only mention this Adi Shankara's philosophy when it comes to nescience, which is the Maya or avidya. And why does this kind of overlaying projections proceeding from the self and the not self, why is it preventing us to know the truth? Again, we have a language, we have these projections, we know this diversities. It's so immensely difficult to know and to articulate what is beyond the nescience. We have before also heard speakers speaking very interesting about the consciousness, the universal consciousness, the ego, ahamkara, antakarana, jivan, atman, different kind of words, meaning not the same, ideally the same, but in our condition, not the same. We are led into some words, some experiences, and it's kind of, it catches us. And we cannot really evade this kind of delusion or nescience. It has a pervasive structure and a very real impact. But truth, it's very difficult to know, because Maya has no existence, but it has also no non-existence. It's either existence nor non-existence. And it has to be appropriated. It's not going to be understood. It's going to be transfer your being if you realize the identities in Brahman and ourselves. So when it comes to nescience, to ignorance, to this pervasive overlaying of projections and we are caught in this, we are attached to this. Husserl, about his phenomenology, and he articulate an original qualitative environment and a stream of consciousness, which he claimed to be the original, the foundation of everything else. So everything can be reduced to this kind of description. Unfortunately, because we are very much occupied with the objects and with doing things, we are constantly looking outward. Even if we look inward, we still look outward. And that's what he called natural prejudice. And this kind of natural prejudice, we have to bracketing this and try to look at things without speculating. Is it objects? Is it the real? Is it the internal, outwards? So we have to reduce it, and ultimately we go back to our essences. We go back to something which cannot be reduced anymore. And this is where the language becomes very difficult, because how do you articulate this? So therefore, as I call it, the speech of a phenomenologist, in Husserl's classical phenomenology, there's a rigid set of how you do this and what you do when you want to go even behind this eidetic reduction. If you want to know something which is for Husserl's thought is the ultimate foundation. That would be the pure ego, transcendental ego. It is what constitutes everything we can feel or understand at all. But then again, what is it? We cannot articulate it. It's very difficult, and it's almost difficult because we cannot, it's very difficult to argue very strict from the transcendental ego to the real world. There is a problem here, because how do you translate a pure phenomenon or a stream of consciousness? How do you actually translate this to words which other can understand? It's not really adapted to this form of task. And for Husserl's phenomenology, especially in the most classical version, which is in his idea of pure phenomenology, there is some problem, because how can you translate a phenomenon to something which is explained to other people what a phenomenon is? And one of those instruments, one of those ways to do that is criticized by Jacques Derrida, because he say it's not possible. It kind of assumes that there is a presence, and that presence can be translated to a language, but he says, no, it cannot. There is some basic problem about phenomenology which make it difficult to entertain this form of transference, translation. Yes, about metaphysics. Metaphysics is criticized both by Husserl and by Heidegger. And in Husserl, it's conceptualized in different kind of ways. There's not only one way to talk about metaphysics in, for example, Ideen, but phenomenology has to dissolve a metaphysics. It has to, because metaphysics deceives us and makes us make our thinking like and articulating like things are, not in a different sense like in Husserl phenomenology. That would be what is sometimes called regional ontology. That is, the metaphysic is dissolved in the theory of knowledge, instead in a very basic form which can cover all areas of our field. Then Heidegger's phenomenology around the being and time. This is his early philosophy. And he could not subscribe to this transcendental ego in the classical phenomenology. And at the same time, he wanted to criticize metaphysics. And in this way, he develops a new kind of attempt to deconstruct metaphysics. And he kind of creates new words because he wants to express some completely different. And he does that in many different ways. And I only have some examples about this. Being in the world is to express, and this is very much may not be Husserl's classical phenomenology, but it's still phenomenology. Maybe we would call it hermeneutics too. But he takes a look at things and he tries to look at it in an original way, not like here's an object, here's a subject, and we look at this. He says, okay, we have to think both the so-called consciousness and the so-called world. They are really not to be separated, and you have to interpret the world in the light of that being, which fundamentally, that being which asks about his own being. So this is hermeneutics of us, and in this way, by forming new words or reinterpreting traditional words, he goes in a different direction. It points to something else, but it's still a kind of phenomenology. And this, what we say, ready to hand, is kind of tool, an original way to look at object. At the present at hand, it's like objectifying ways to look at object. And when you do that, you also look back on yourself as if you are a thing, and you interpret yourself as a thing. And this is what Heidegger wants to get rid of. He wants to look at it in a different way. In a way, Husserl did the same about denying the object just as a plain object. So they are agreeing about this kind of things here. Now I'm going a bit forward, not that much, It's about a turn that Heidegger did in around between 1936 and 1939. And this kind of turning is, as I write, in part, it's a turning from phenomenology, but really not. It's a kind of ambiguous way to do it. So in this later philosophy, he named his earlier philosophy about his interpretation of Dasein, his interpretation of the human subject. He calls that grounding. That is to prepare something which is coming later. And that which is later is also beyond the horizon of that which came before. But of course, things are not that new, but there is a certain tendency in his language, the imagination, that which he before called the they, which is alienation about our environment, about our being, about being in itself, is called imagination. And I've just shortly expressed the strengthening of this kind of alienation, and it's getting worse. So it lies, at least in the Western philosophy, at the very beginning of philosophy. The pre-Socratic philosophers, they point in both directions, both the originary direction and in the alienation direction. And for now, it's, according to Heidegger, really bad, because this kind of experience in the bad sense, and the objectivation and modernization, it's connect all together, but in a very distorting way. So we cannot remember what we are. We cannot in any way imagine our future. And we misinterpret what is going on and what is our history too. So yes, I point out the phenomenology is still very much a part of this. As I point to some examples in his later philosophy and in the contribution to philosophy, the interpretation of
Sir,
death.
it's time to conclude, sir. Sir, it's time to conclude.
Okay, here you are. This is about the self. This is the different forms self can adapt. It's divided two different domains of truth and domains of nescience. And I've collected the English concept. There's collected from the Dasein from Heidegger, and number two, Dasein. It's about from his early period, Ich, Selbst, Dasein, the complete other. This is from his later philosophy, and I've collected some selves, words of selves, from the Advaita Vedanta, and lastly, it's about Husserl. But it's not quite true, because Husserl actually changed a bit of his standpoint when he, in his work, which is the crisis of European science. But it's going to say that there's a problem of articulation of the self, and especially the middle part is actually not there. It's because it's either pointing towards the first domain of nescience, or is it pointing domains of truth? Truth can only be if we predict this. This is our truth, but we can only predict this from the state of ignorance. And if we know that is a state of ignorance, we automatically also know that there is something which is a truth, which is beyond our comprehension, and which have to be in some way dealt with. Sorry, I wasted some time on the technicality, but well, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much, sir, for your very beautiful reflection on the characteristics of applied language in Husserl's phenomenology. You have had a purpose of philosophy. You have also focused on Heidegger's uh, hermeneutics and the later articulation of the primordial truth of being. And you have tried to reject metaphysics that it because it's the problem of how to articulate the truth at all. And you have taken both the philosophers of Western philosophers and Indian philosophers on the phenomenon of consciousness, and on the basis of that, you have made the disappearance of the concept of consciousness, and you made your stand on the appearance of reason. Okay, thanks so much, sir. Now I would like
Thank
to
you.
request. Professor C.P. Hector of Chongqing University and Yulin Normal University. He will speak on logical analysis of Vipassana meditation. Over to Professor
Peter, good
C.P.
evening.
Hector.
Peter, good evening.
Sir.
Your mic is not on.
Okay.
Is it please possible to share screen?
Yeah.
Yes, I will try to share screen. Okay. Allow. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
And
Yes,
I would
Peter.
also like to send the thought experiment diagram to the people who are attending this lecture. And usually it is possible by chat. But if I try to send a message by chat, then there doesn't appear the possibility to add a file. So I would like to add the file thought experiment diagram and send it by chat to you now. Is that possible?
Yeah, send it, we'll try. Yeah.
Can you send it? So it's a thought experiment diagram that shows 7 thought experiments on the vertical line and a plausibility value scale on the horizontal line. So you can give a plausibility value to each thought experiment. So a relative plausibility value. Now maybe you can send it. Can you send the thought experiment diagram by chat now to all the participants?
Narendra.
Okay, I will try to.
Yeah.
Maybe I can try. I try to show it. I will try to show it in the presentation. Just a moment.
Yeah, we are trying, but it is not going.
Okay, can you see now? I'm scrolling down. I'm scrolling down, and then the thought experiment diagram is also as a part of the presentation. So I will first introduce the thought experiment diagram. Can you see this now? Thought experiment diagram survey to CP Hechter logical analysis of spiritual thought experiments. Then you see there are 7 thought experiments on the vertical line, and there's a plausibility scale on the horizontal line. So you can give each thought experiment a value, plausibility value between 0 and 1. So how plausible, how probable do these thought experiments strike you? Yeah, prima facie on first sight. Of course, later on you can change your view, and many people do. maybe throughout life they are changing their philosophical views, but actually it's just about what is happening at the moment. What are you thinking at the moment? And then you see first the Vipassana meditation, which I can analyze as if someone is not seeking sense impressions, then X is likely to, or like X is possible. It's possible to X to attain mindfulness. Then Dao Ke Dao, Fei Chang Dao is the first line of the Tao Te Ching, and I'm understood that you do know this Chinese classic, which you can analyze. The X that can be said, the Tao that can be said, is not the true Tao. And then one hand clapping we will discuss is a koan from Hakuin Ekaku, which I analyze like this. If you move two body parts to each other, then the two body parts may make a sound. Descartes' cogito, famously, when I was in China, even in Guangxi province, so not in one of the famous provinces, but even in the countryside, they do know Descartes' cogito. So I suppose you may also know Descartes' cogito, which says if someone is thinking, then by this thinking, that person exists. The ontological argument you may not know is from Anselm, is an Italian-British philosopher, but he actually wants to say that existence of God in the mind is different from existence of God in mind and in reality. And actually, the existence of God in external reality is bigger than the existence of God only in the mind. And then the Pythagorean theorem, of course, you know, it's about a right angle triangle with a hypotenuse, the C, and you can calculate the relative lengths of the legs in this way. And then Einstein's relatively famously the mathematical equation that energy equals mass, and by a factor of the speed of light. C is the speed of light in vacuum squared. So the relativity between energy and mass. So I suppose you may know these, and if you don't know, then I can explain a little bit more. And if you really don't know, you can just don't fill in the line of the thought experiment you don't know of. So now, if the professor who's organizing this can send this again to all of you, then you can complete it and send it back to me, to my email address, which I will mention now. That is neuromarxo2005@gmail.com. And now I will have the presentation. There's only about the Vipassana meditation, and maybe there's time for a koan. So it's called Logical Analysis of Spiritual Thought Experiments, Vipassana Meditation, Huatos, and the koans. So the abstract goes like this: logical analysis of spiritual thought experiments. In this paper, we propose logical analysis of Vipassana meditation as modus ponens, or universal instantiation. So that's from Aristotle. Logic is from Aristotle. Modus ponens is a logical figure, as based upon identification, analysis, and interpretation of the meditation as a spiritual thought experiment, just like Huatos and koans in Zen. So Chinese Zen and Japanese Zen are spiritual thought experiments. The analysis consists in completing the unfinished anti-mimetic argument of the Sutta Nipata by explication of the hidden major. We speculate the thought experiment inference might be brought about by a faculty like mindfulness. I didn't hear this word yet, but of course, yeah, in consciousness, the Vipassana meditation, many people say it's about mindfulness. In Pali, sati. The thought experiment analysis link the meditation to global cross-cultural theories and arguments in philosophy, as Ibn Sina's Flying Man, and notably René Descartes' cogito. So René Descartes' cogito is also part of the thought experiment diagram, as you have seen. We will try and give some indications how Vipassana meditation may be explained with help of Western theories of consciousness. Next, we may discuss an example of a guato, literally word head attributed to Zhao Zhou Kong Xian, a Zen master from the Tang Dynasty, China, called the Cypress in the Courtyard. And we'll discuss the specimen of a koan, literally public case attributed to Hakuin Eikaku, Edo period, Japan, sound of one hand clapping. While remaining within the realm of conceptualization, we can complete the unfinished stories and incomplete arguments. Antimeme is Greek for incomplete argument, to logically valid and sound arguments. The Chan or Zen effect of possible enlightenment, and also the Indian effect work the let's see, the sati effect in the Vipassana meditation goes beyond academic understanding and scope of our research, although we may indicate how awakening experience could be brought about from wordings of context of Kwatus and koans that point to a possible spiritual effect. So I hope we have time for a social psychological experiment from Dennett. Yeah, Dennett, last time I had a presentation for a Society for Comparative Philosophy towards World Philosophy, and I mentioned Dennett, and someone from the audience reacted. So I guess maybe you might know more about Dennett. Dennett actually comparing Descartes' introspection and also Gautama's Descartes' introspection with scientific results of neuroscience, for instance. And now today it is about the introspection of Gautama. Yeah, also the Vipassana meditation, you can scientifically consider introspection, and so not scientifically reliable. But okay, we will come to this. So I will maybe, if there's time, introduce a social psychological experiment by Dennett. And in the end, my question to you is, what happens in your mind if you're meditating? So the last part is phenomenology of meditation. What happens in your mind when you're meditating? Yeah, are you meditating on koans, on kuatos? Of course, the Zen Buddhists do that. Are you meditating on lines from the Sutta Nipata? Are you meditating on image from the Godhead, for instance, Shiva? Are you meditating on the void? So then you can do actually for yourself a phenomenological research into what exactly happens when you are meditating. What are you thinking of? What are you meditating on? What are you imagining? What are you focusing on when you are meditating? But now I start with Vipassana meditation. So that has been published in Contemporary Buddhism. And okay, it goes back to the very core, like I always do in thought experiment analysis. I just go to the text that has the original wordings of the thought experiment. So here is the Sutta Nipata, which I will read in translation of Nana Moli, 2001. But I have not gone forth to seek sense pleasures. I have not gone out to strive, seeing danger in them, and seeing safe refuge from them in renouncing. That is my heart's desire. I shall have more of mindfulness, of understanding. I shall have greater concentration for living. Thus, I come to know the limits of which feeling goes. My mind looks not to sense desires. So it can be considered an abstract spiritual thought experiment. Just because it's quite abstract, we can hardly say anything about its deeper contents. And probably it is rather about the constitution of mind and body and proper bodily and mental preparation than about the mental exercises only. We'll try and say something about its logical structure and compare it to more thought experiments, notably Descartes' cogito. Well, then I don't have a lot of time, so I skip most of the paper. I go to the deep analysis now, which are actually a logical analysis, which are here. The deep structure of mode opponents instantiation, the Vipassana meditation reconsidered as an incomplete thought experiment argument may be analyzed as follows. Suppose MX wants to attain mindfulness or understanding or concentration or awareness. SX seeks sense impressions. a negation and material implication, if then we can summarize the thought experiment like this. A, so Gautama, or the I of the text we are just reading, Gautama doesn't seek sense impressions. Gautama wants to attain mindfulness. That's just a logical summary of the text I have just read. But it is not a logical argument. So now we try to make it a logical argument, change it into a logical argument. So A signifies a logical constant in application to Vipassana meditation, an individual I, the creator, the narrator, the I personage of the Sutta Nipata, possibly Siddhartha Gautama, like the I of the doubt experiment in Descartes, but is also Descartes, or just an I person, or just anyone who reads the doubt experiment. Yeah, a logical explicitation, okay, we can change it into a general rule, and which we can also find proof for this general rule in theory and context of Buddhism. So then it changes in this valid argument by adding the major. The major is a general rule which you can derive from Buddhism. So if someone is not seeking sense impressions, then someone may attain mindfulness. And then thought experiment of today, Gautama is not seeking sense impressions. Gautama is trying to attain mindfulness. This is then an analysis of the Vipassana meditation, which is very similar to Descartes. Maybe we have time to show this as well. Yeah, as according to the thought experiment theory, the first formula has been bracketed because it's not a valid argument yet, but the second formula, 2, can do without brackets, is a logical valid formula, or modus ponens, and universal instantiation, a logical figure, as you can find in Carnap 1966. So it is a model of scientific explanation and prediction. So you can analyze gravity in the same way as you can analyze the mind. Carnap just gives a model for scientific analysis and scientific argumentation. Okay, now mindfulness, sati, like intuition, is considered the psychological faculty involved in Descartes' cogito, and alertness, or tanbi, in Ibn Sina's Flying Man. Mindfulness is quite often mentioned as a relevant faculty when performing Gautama's or just Vipassana meditation. So it is about mindfulness, in Pali sati, not just about consciousness or whatever, but you will see that we can have a phenomenological analysis of mindfulness like it is consciousness. Yeah, then first, now we go to compare this meditation with Western theories of consciousness. First, I will mention Hofstadter. Hofstadter is very famous on Gödel, Escher, Bach, about artificial intelligence. And although we refrain from moral and ontological interpretations in this paper, which interpretations may be considered metaphysical, going far beyond an outline of the logical structure, we consider Hofstadter's proposal of consciousness defined as a feedback loop or analogy of cognition convincing, and especially his global cross-cultural analogy that he compares the feedback loops to the koans. Yeah, you know, Escher and the Necker cube and Penrose triangle, they all show a kind of impossible object. And Hofstadter thinks that the basis of consciousness is something like this, and also that a koan is something like this. So maybe we have time to see this later on. Then a theory of consciousness may come down close to description of mindfulness. For instance, Scott Bishop, who defines mindfulness with help of metacognition. Yeah, he says it's a kind of metacognition. So with attention and monitoring on meta level. Now, we guess in theories of intentionality, phenomenology, we may find some clues to a better understanding of mindfulness beyond mere scientific psychology.
Sir, please precise the discussion and conclude.
Okay, yeah, no, I have to do very quickly then. I will not have time for the koans anymore. I just only the Vipassana meditation. So Rothbard defines mindfulness with help of the concept of intentionality. Mindfulness involves intentionality, bringing one's attention to the internal and external experiences occurring in the present moment. It is often taught through a variety of meditation practices. Okay, it was introduced by Edmund Husserl, you already know. But Sartre hasn't been mentioned yet. Sartre is also a follower of Husserl. And I will very shortly describe the enterprise phenomenology in his words. So he compares the phenomenology of consciousness with the phenomenology of perception. And I guess that is very enlightening. What happens in our minds when we have a conscious view, and what happens if we just look at something? So he describes it like this. So we shall ignore theories. We want to know nothing about the image, but what reflection can teach us. Later on, we shall attempt, as do other psychologists, to classify the consciousness of the image among the other types of consciousness, to find a family for it. And we shall form hypotheses concerning its inherent nature. For the present, we only wish to attempt a phenomenology of the image. The method is simple. We shall produce images, reflect upon them, that is, attempt to determine and to classify their distinctive characteristics. So I will also ask you to do such a phenomenological exercise. But first, okay, the difference between phenomenology and science. Like performing thought experiment exercises of Vipassana meditation may breach methodological constraints of science and scientific experiments. For instance, objectivity, controllability, and repeatability. Scientific research and experiments are and should be objective, that is, controllable by third parties, by control group, by parallel studies, etc. And they are repeatable. Thought experiments can't live up to these constraints, and introspection is not a scientific, controllable, repeatable methodology. The same may hold for the subjective experience of meditation and exercises of mindfulness. These are not perceivable by others in any objective way, and as far as brain activity can be displayed by monitoring and measurement, it does not disclose the very personal character of subjective experience, that which Thomas Nagel, is another American philosopher, calls what it is like to be X for X. So, for instance, what it is like to be a bat for a bat, and especially about the last part, for X. For instance, what it is like to be Thomas Nagel for Thomas Nagel. We can imagine, as by empathy, what it is like to be Thomas Nagel. But it's very difficult to imagine what it's like to be Thomas Nagel for Thomas Nagel, for only Thomas Nagel may know this. So that's the subjectivity, squared subjectivity. Not only what is like to be Thomas Nagel, but also what's like to be Thomas Nagel for Thomas Nagel. And I guess so that's a high level of subjectivity, which is very difficult to attain, to share with other people. Sartre speaks about être pour soi. So humans, maybe also some animals, have être pour soi, so being for itself, versus the inanimate world, which being in itself, for instance, stone. So human beings can make have awareness, have consciousness. They can make a self-project and so on, and stones, of course, not. Okay, now I skip this because you have no time anymore. The medical effects of mindfulness intervention, like meditation, have been proven, more or less. So it brings peace of mind, and it is healthy. It is healthy to do some minutes of meditation every day. It's healthy because your psychological functioning comes to rest and so on. The advantages of thought experiment theory I will also not mention now, but if wish, I can send you the paper and you can read it yourself. So now we go to the last part, the experiments and the phenomenology of meditation. Okay, this is the social psychological experiment. Experiment inspired by Dennett, 1991, Consciousness Explained, page 27, 33, the attraction of mind stuff, and Sartre, l'imaginaire. Again, the difference between the phenomenology of consciousness and the phenomenology of perception. So now I read from Dennett. So first I say, think of, the experiment just starts now. There are about 30 participants, and I ask all the participants, think of or imagine a purple cow for, say, 30 seconds. And then I will ask some questions. So Dennett writes literally, I want you to perform a simple experiment. It involves closing your eyes, imagining something, and then, once you have formed your mental image and checked it out carefully, answering some questions below. Do not read the questions until after you have followed the instruction. When you close your eyes, imagine in as much detail as possible a purple cow. So maybe we can do this now, for 30 seconds, and then I will ask some questions. And the exercise is meant to understand more about our consciousness, ourselves, by simple reflection. Do we have time for this, to imagine a purple cow for 30 minutes? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Yes, I was asking, do we have time to imagine a purple cow now for 30 seconds?
Yes. Sir, please, we have to go for conclusion, sir.
Okay. I want to say now, if you imagine a purple cow for 30 seconds, then I can ask some questions like which side the cow was looking at. Can you see the udder of the cow? Can you see if he is chewing his cud? Can you see what is the background? And then possibly you cannot answer all those questions as easily as when you had phenomenological perception. If you look outside to a house, for instance, and then I ask some questions, then probably you can answer it, or you can check it by looking again. But it is different with the phenomenology of consciousness. You cannot look again, you can only imagine again. And it seems that in imagining, there's also a will operating. If I want to see in my imagination which side the cow is looking, I have to by will decide to have it look one side or another side. So anyway, by this kind of experiments, you can see that the phenomenology of consciousness is quite different from the psychology of perception, and that that the conceiver actually decides on the content of the consciousness instead of being just passively being entertained by his consciousness. Okay, now then I will finish. I will finish the presentation by one more question, and maybe we can just answer the question in the discussion. The question, very similar to this experiment, is what do you imagine if you are meditating? I suppose all of you are meditating, or you know the meditative experience. You know also many people in the West are meditating just to get peace of mind. For instance, Harari mentioned it in the 21 lessons for the 21st century. So I guess meditation will remain popular all over the world, not only in India. And question is, I've been to a meditation session. What exactly are you imagining if you are meditating? So now we have no time, but I can show that the logical analysis sana meditation is possible with predicate logic. And what do I want to do with this presentation? I want to show that koans and meditation and huatos are not ultimately impenetrable, are not irrational, are not illogical, are not contradictory, are not necessarily paradoxical, are not necessarily beyond words, beyond the realm of discursive logic, and so on. And we do think that meditation on a logical, valid statement may yield the same spiritual effects. In other words, the meditative experience is not brought about by passage through some illogical phase or realm, as one can meditate on the void as well, or on an image of the Godhead, for instance, dancing Shiva from Hinduism, or on fragments from Holy Scriptures. So my question to you is, what happens in your mind when you meditate? And do you think that is necessarily illogical, experience. So I think it is not. I had that experience myself. I can also meditate, for instance, on the proof of God existence or on the definition of a Godhead, which doesn't need to be illogical. So that's my question to you. And thanks for the presentation. Thanks for inviting me here. And I hope you can return the thought experiment diagram if you have completed it. And if you are more interested in the parts I couldn't tell today, I can send you the text. So one for contemporary Buddhism and another for a conference in the Philippines. That's it. Do you have any questions? It's finished now, the presentation.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Peter, for your very nice presentation. We really enjoyed. Dr. Maharana, please moderate the session.
Yes, sir. Okay, thanks so much, Professor, for your logical linguistic analysis of the Vipassana meditation, which is based upon the identification, analysis, and interpretation of the meditation as a spiritual thought experiment. And this thought experiment analysis will link the meditation of the global cross-cultural theories and arguments in philosophy with the help of Western theories of consciousness. Thanks so much, sir. Now, I would like to request Professor Panir Selvam, sir, to have his observation and invite other learning participants to interact with the professor. Over to Professor Panir Selvam, sir.
Yeah, but we can ask other participants also to raise some questions if they have some.
Yes, sir.
And first we'll ask them, then I'll perhaps. Is there any question? Amita is there, then.
Yeah, actually, there's a question for me to the audience. What do you think of? What do you imagine if you meditate? So, do you meditate on an illogical formula like soundless sounds or consciousnessless consciousness, or do you meditate on something that's not necessarily illogical?
Can I speak?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just a second. Yeah. I was thinking that all these things can be transcended with help of forms of art, like Deleuze says, we can transform these experiences. And for me, it's real. For you, it may not be. For third person, it may be in the middle, something like that. But these all can be compiled in a form of art. And for example, painting or cinema, especially when I work on philosophy of films a lot. So it does that. When you see a film by Tarkovsky or Bergman, you transcend those dualism or multiplicity, as Mr. Mohit says. So I was just thinking that is it possible through art forms to transcend all these kind of jugglery of mind and thought and objectivity, subjectivity, etc.?
Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, I personally think you can meditate. So I had some meditative experiences because there are many meditation centers in Amsterdam, usually connected to people from Tibet who are now living in United States. So I had also, I visited Varanasi. I visited more places in India where the Buddha had his first Vipassana meditation. And so I had a lot of experience, and I always ask the master, what should I think of? Yeah, what should we think of if we are meditating? And then very often they answer the void. Yeah, maybe you can tell me what is the void. Yeah, I know the void is something like emptiness, complete emptiness. Can you imagine the void?
Void is full of emptiness.
Yeah. So how can you imagine emptiness? So that's again some kind of contradictory entity. Yeah, you to focus on something that in fact doesn't exist. So that's also a kind of illogical structure. I guess according to me, you can also meditate on things that are not logically contradictory. So maybe on an image of the Godhead. In Christianity, there's also meditation. Yeah, the people the saints meditate on the afterlife, for instance, but you can also meditate on a definition of God that doesn't need to be illogical. So I guess you can also meditate on art. If the master of the
Yes,
meditation
yes.
doesn't think that irreligious, yeah, maybe they may think it's not religious. Maybe they will say you can only meditate on phrases from holy books or phrases from saints. I don't know. It depends on the master of the meditation, on the kind of meditation. But I guess you can also meditate on art. Yes.
Thank you very much.
According to me, but I'm not a master. I'm not a religious person. Yeah, I'm not a priest, or I'm
Art
not
and
a
philosophy is an ongoing process, and nobody should claim to be a master, actually.
Uncle
Thank you so much, sir.
Stam, you want to say something? You raised your hand. Stam? You're there? It's not there.
It was a mistake, so I don't have any comment. Thank
No,
you.
you don't have any comment. Okay. Any other question?
Professor Panitselvam, just one additional point with regard to art and meditation. You can, people can meditate on anything, music, any art form, any scenery, any sound, or even taste, any good memories that we have. So, there is the elimination of duality like in deep meditation, but that condition will continue only until that state is the experience. Once they come down from that stage, they'll have to be conscious of the empirical realm, and then that is with regard to Madam Amita, I think. So, then with regard to the non-intentional nature of consciousness, the Saptavida Anupapati we take, Ramanuja says all the time consciousness is Savisesha. I don't find any Nirvishayaka Jnana or non-intentional consciousness. So there, the difference is made, and then that Swarupa Jnana and Vritti Jnana, and reference is made to Visishtadvaitas, that Dharmi Jnana and Dharmabhuta Jnana. So that Saptavida Anupapati, Seven Great Untenables, John Grimes, his book, you may find the reference over there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, can you please mention
question?
the title of the book in the chat?
Seven Great Untenables, John Grimes. John Grimes.
Can you write it in the chat, because I don't know how to write it.
Write it in the chat box.
Seven great untenables.
Seven great untenables. John Grimes.
John Grimes. He studied in Madras University and worked with Dr. Bal Subramaniam.
Okay, so you think it's not that much about escaping from the logical realm, but it's about escaping from the empirical realm. And if we escape from the empirical realm,
duality, wherever you go, as long as duality is there, it is vyavaharika. Whether it is fictitious phenomenal objects like rope snake, or empirical diversity, that is why you have the three levels of reality based on the duration of the period of error. Whether it is a dream or waking state, the duality is there. Knower known knowledge distinction remains. Whether ignorance or knowledge, any knowing episode reveals the three divisions: knower known knowledge distinction. That is transcended. Swarupa Jnana, Vritti Jnana. Akhandakara Vritti, Khanda Vritti. Finite cognitions, self-knowledge. There you come in Buddhism, Swasamvedana, self-awareness. There you take the example of an artist where male artist performs a female role in Kathakali, Terukuttu or Yakshagana. the man, in spite of doing his best and being awarded an Oscar or whatever award for best performance, he's
Mhm.
still aware throughout the play that he's a man. To the audience, he projects himself as a woman, but himself, he knows that he's a man. The same is the case with the realized soul. To the opposite people, outsiders, they are just normal human beings, but he knows himself where he stands and all that this diversity
Yeah,
is illusory.
yeah.
That is
Peter,
it.
I have one question. Peter, I have one question.
Yeah. Mhm.
Peter, Peter, thank you very much for your very nice presentation.
Mhm.
I heard you previously also. It was so
Mhm.
nice and wonderful to listen to you. Now, I have this problem when you are talking about the spiritual thought experiment.
Mhm.
No, the thought experiment is is not something which is taking place in the empirical world. It is
You know,
something
only in the mind. Only in the mind.
yeah, only in the mind.
Yeah.
So where is the place for this spiritual thought experiment?
Well, the
That is one.
spiritual thought experiment, different from the Western thought experiment. Yeah, we have no time, but I wanted to show sophism from Gino of Elea. So he was living maybe in the same time as Gautama. Is Achilles and the Turtles.
Thoughts, yeah.
Yeah, it wants to say that motion doesn't exist, and Achilles can never take over can never win from the Turtles if the Turtles has an advance of maybe 1 meter. So in a speed race, yeah. So the Zeno of Alea, they are not about spiritual benefits. Yeah, they
Yeah.
don't make those thought experiments to feel better or to have an enlightenment experience or etc. They only make it maybe to distort reason or to bring about perplexity, but without the spiritual effect. Yeah, it is not used in a religious context. It is only used in argumentation. So a big difference with the Western thought experiments is that the Western thought experiments are not conceived of for spiritual effect. And so also Descartes is only about proving that he exists himself. It's not about a way to attain to the divine or to a non-human dimension. Yeah, that's what I wanted to show. So it's a difference between the Western and the Eastern thought experiments. In the West, there are only, but you also mentioned prayers. Yeah, you can pray, and if you pray, that's maybe also comparable to meditation. Yeah, I guess there's a prayer meditation, so you can meditate on a miracle, for instance. Yeah, a miracle is an example that you can see a sign of the divinity in the external world. So you can just believe in God, but it's that only happening in your own mind. But if you witness a miracle, you see the existence of God in the external world. And so miracle is an example of what Anselm say, the external existence of God in the outside world instead of only in the inside world. So that are also spiritual thought experiments. A miracles in Western thought is a spiritual thought experiment. It can be a spiritual miracle. It can be a medical miracle. A medical miracle is that a saint heals a disease you have. Yeah, then you are also, you have a lot of benefits. You're also feeling much better from a medical point of view. But okay, a spiritual thought experiment in Western philosophy could be, for instance, witnessing a miracle. But they don't have and maybe also meditation, like some sages did in the desert, that they can meditate on the afterlife, but it's much less known in the West than it is in the East. And so a spiritual thought experiment now I give especially of the very known koans and chants and Hindu and Buddhist meditation. So spiritual, want to say it has a spiritual beneficial effect, different from many Western thought experiments will only make a calculation. Yeah, if you think about Achilles and the Tortoise, it's only calculation. Yeah, and the fault Zeno makes is that he supposes that there is an infinite distance. Yeah, that both have to cover an infinite distance, both Achilles and the tortoise. But in fact, it's not an infinite distance, so you cannot keep on halving the distance, so that you might say that that Achilles can never overtake the tortoise. So because it's a finite distance, in fact, Achilles can overtake the tortoise. So, but it's about calculation, about physics. It's not about the spiritual effect, but the koans and the Quartos and the Vipassana meditation is about the spiritual effect, and it's also been proven to be beneficial by beer, for instance. So if you have mental health problems, if you are depressed, it may help to do these meditations. It may help more than trying to solve Zeno of Elea's sophism.
Yeah.
But okay, that's a little bit of the mystery, of course, how it can exactly benefit our health. What do you think yourself? Do you think meditation can really benefit your health?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so now, but that remains the most mysterious thing. How can it benefit our health? But it can benefit our health more than Zeno of Elea's thought experiment. But maybe less if you are a Christian. You can just pray. Yeah, you can just pray, and praying may also have a mental beneficial effect. So maybe it's comparable to prayers. Do you think it's comparable to prayers in other churches?
Dr.
Now,
Rao, may I?
we have got other two speakers also there with us.
Mm.
So, two short questions for other two speakers. Professor Ranjan Panda is there. Professor Panda.
Yes, sir.
Professor Panda's presentation was very nice because he has very beautifully highlighted the critiquing Searle's internalism. But I feel that while critiquing Searle's position, one point perhaps you have missed, or there was no time for that, because one has to take into account how the role of language and the social context, both of them play a dominant role, which was not taken very seriously by Searle's internalism critique of, while when we are criticizing Searle. But later you said that, I mean, the later question of Searle is something different. When he wrote something on social ontology, I would like to know whether this problem is transcended. This is what I would like to know from you. Do you get my point, Ranjanji?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your kind observation. Yes, what I was trying to do in the paper is I critiqued Searle from phenomenological perspective, and then also tried to show that now how Searle has Searle's later philosophy has talked about philosophy of society, where he talks about the deontic part of human intentionality, and that is where he tries to bring the notion of values to to different kinds of activities, not only the human speech but also other forms of actions. So I think that is a very important aspect where values could be part of our everyday use of language and other activities as well. So the very idea of forming an intentional content concerning values is very much integrated with the notion of experience and meaning. So that is what I was trying to say. But Searle never has transcended his naturalistic position, but he has tried to bring within his biological naturalism, he tries to show that how human intentionality is something unique and irreducible.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mikkel, you are there? Mikkel Stam?
Yes.
You're there. Okay. You have very beautifully explained to us the phenomenological understanding, both which we can find both in Husserl and Heidegger. But what are the phenomenological roots of Heidegger in being and time? You get my question? The phenomenological roots in being and time. How he has borrowed few concepts, at least, from Husserl. This perhaps it would be nice if you could highlight this. And also, it is very much essential for us to understand that Heidegger did not accept Husserl's pure ego, right, Mikhail?
Yes, he did not.
That pure ego is completely rejected by Heidegger,
Yes.
which was a very fascinating theme for Husserl. How could one transcend this a pure ego, which was celebrated in Husserl? And thirdly, you have very beautifully compared it with Advaita Vedanta. We are very happy about that. But you see, in Advaita Vedanta, we use language as a pointer to Brahman. You are aware of that. Language is a pointer to Brahman because language cannot explain the nature of Brahman. It can only point Brahman. But do you find such understanding in Heidegger? Because Heidegger also analyzes language. So how do you compare these two? Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Before that, I just want to tell our friends who are assembled here that Mikhail Stam has written a very beautiful book which has been published by Motilal Banarsidass very recently. The title of the book is Indian Perspective on Martin Heidegger's Event. A very, very beautiful book where he could compare
Oh,
Heidegger with that of Advaita Vedanta. So now.
Thank you, Professor Pennier-Salvan. Pennier-Salvan is my previous HOD. I studied in University of Madras in Department of Philosophy, and I'm very grateful for that. According to phenomenology and being in time. Yes. So if we talk about phenomenology, is it a broader sense of phenomenology, like the follower of Husserl, like Merleau-Ponty, Sartre, Marcel? So the extent of phenomenology was broadened after Husserl's classical formulation. So therefore, I would say that Heidegger continues the phenomenology, and he also starts being in time by formulating what is a phenomenon. And the way I would express it with phenomenon is something which is significant, but you have to focus, you have to be aware to grasp a phenomenon, its purity. So therefore, for example, when the analysis of phenomenon of death is in being in time, it's not just end of life, as he says. It's something more, and it has a significance and some essential relation to every human being beyond end of life. So the death is seen in being of time in the context of a phenomenon. And this is pure in the sense of, if you just have an ordinary language, ordinary objective perception, you will never grasp the phenomenon of death in its true significance. This is the one about phenomenology. And yes, you're quite right that the ego the pure ego cannot be reached. Why? Because the subject, which is called essentially Dasein, cannot be isolated. It has to have a relation, and it's not external relation or secondary relation. It defines what a human being is. So if you, against Heidegger, try to isolate the pure ego, you are doing something that he would say is not a real phenomenology. It's not a pure phenomenon, because you actually do something about the subject which is affected by the way you look at object. So therefore, there is a fundamental disagreement between Husserl and Heidegger. Yes, the question number 3 about Advaita Vedanta. Yes, so language indicate, it cannot point to, it cannot explicate something. It's only giving us a foundation of practice, of meditation, practice, ritual practice, a kind of path. But the strange thing is that in the contribution to philosophy, Heidegger actually says in his introduction that this path of contribution, this path to being, is a path. It cannot be learned. It has to be like transferred. He used the word Verrückung, and Verrückung is something which take your innermost essence and it thrust it out of your previous space and it put it somewhere else. So that's why I talk about that. He also agree that language can only indicate, can never signify what is being, and being is kind of moved farther away from being in time. It is like it's possible to analyze being because it's interpreted from the human being, but in Beiträge it has to be separated, and that's why he is struggle to find a way to formulate what is being, and that is why I compare it to not identical with Advaita Vedanta, but has some similar ground, because it's a struggle to articulate what is truth. This is simply, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mikkel. If there are questions, further questions, please ask. Otherwise, we'll wind up the session. Yeah. Is there any other question? Yeah, please, madam.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really, really feeling blessed listening to everyone. And yes, when CP spoke about miracles, as you all know, I did a talk with you all once a couple of years ago about miracles. So I felt tempted to talk at that time. But anyway, and to say yes, because CP asked whether prayers and meditation are same. Prayers actually are what we are praying for, and we are talking. It's supplications. And a meditative state is where the caller and the called disappear, and we just become conscious of the call itself, and that is the time when we hear his voice. And when we spoke about how meditation helps in mental wellness and other things, that is how it comes about. We also spoke about music and painting. Yes, again, the same thing. The painter and the subject of painting should disappear. And only if the painting itself is evolving, then that is phenomenology of whatever. Philosophy, I think, is very, very subjective, which I think I put in the chat box also, because you see, though we all look alike, but we live independently, individually, our experiences and our understanding, our language, our expression, everything changes because of what we have felt. And therefore, and there can never be a consensus on it. And the only constant thing in the universe is actually change. Every moment there is a change, and therefore the process has to go on. But to me, in very simple language, I think God has given us a subject, noun, whatever the circumstances, those are the nouns, what God has given us. And my philosophy is my pronouns, my adjectives, my adverbs. God has given me a heart, and I say my heart is beating. I say blood is going through it. The blood is red. This is what philosophy is all about, So I think the process will go on, and by God's will, if I am still around, and I pray that we have more and more of these seminars. They're very enriching, and if nothing else, at least I'm conscious that throughout the day since 10 in the morning, I have been concentrating on just one thing, that is my life, how to live it, not only individually, but in my society, my community, and also prepare myself for the journey ahead. And with folded hands, I ask for your blessings. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Are there any other comments or question? Otherwise, we'll wind up the session. Maharana.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Just one closing remark,
Sir, I have
sir.
a question, sir. Sir, I have a last. I have one question, sir. It's a very important one for me. Kindly take my question, sir. So my question is that can't subject-object duality be transcended or dissolved without denying one or the other? And which phenomenological theory accepts consciousness both in the animate and non-animate things?
I'm sorry, Abhishek, I had your question in mind when I was telling you, when we have to get beyond, we have to get to a point where the black and white just disappear. It has to be individual. But of course, there are experts here who will guide you better. Thank you.
Yes, sir, because I want to know, ma'am, I want to know the answer phenomenologically, means which phenomenology just will explain this concept, means whether it's Merleau-Ponty or somebody else. Because I don't think so that Israel and Heidegger will be in a position to answer this, because mostly this today's conference was based on subjective idea of phenomenology, means post-Husserlian, as Professor R.C. Pradhan was saying. I don't think so that people have touched upon that point.
Abhishek, again, if I may indulge, I hope I have the permission of the chair. Abhishek, you are yourself the person to go beyond your challenge. No theory,
That
because
is,
no theory is constant, Since everything is changing, you cannot go by a theory. You have to experience it, the consciousness. Your own consciousness, how much can it adapt to it? So you are your own, torch bearer.
Yeah.
yes, ma'am, I agree with you. Yes, ma'am, I agree with you. But the point is that philosophically, we must try to sometimes testimony to your experience, that how to testify your experience. If somebody has experienced that also, then we must. I think, as a student of philosophy, I want to know exactly that whether the philosophers in the past or the contemporary ones have ever spoken about this thing or not. Because I want to know the theory.
Yeah,
Because today I don't think so that anybody has spoken about it. I'm sure if somebody
Maharana.
can speak about it, I will be very happy.
Professor Maharana,
Sir.
please
Sir.
close the session.
Hello.
There are some questions, allow. Otherwise, please close the session.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I still hello.
Yeah.
I'd like to answer a question posed to me by Molit.
Yeah.
So Molit asking Vipassana, there's a common metaphor used which goes like placing a mirror in front of the consciousness to describe the process of Vipassana. Can the speaker comment on this metaphor? Is it a phenomenological metaphor? Yeah, I guess placing a mirror in front of the consciousness is the same as reflecting on consciousness. Yeah, reflecting is also placing a mirror in an abstract way. Of course, you can only do this in an abstract way. So placing a mirror in front of the consciousness is almost identical to saying reflecting on consciousness. And that's indeed what we are doing, I guess. That is what some of the philosophers I talked about call metacognition. Yeah, that we reflect on cognition, we reflect on consciousness, and according to some people, that is also called mindfulness. Yeah, that in mindfulness we monitor and we monitor attention and we change attention and we try to go to a level of metacognition. So I could say that placing a mirror in front of the consciousness can be understood as reflection, and reflection on consciousness is indeed what we are doing during meditation. Yes, we could do. Yeah, usually you are meditating on, for instance, a void or on a piece of art or on a phrase from a religious book, but you can also reflect on consciousness itself. And then, of course, it's the question: how can you make a concrete picture or a concrete word of consciousness? But placing a mirror in front of just means, linguistically speaking, is identical to reflect on. So that's what we are doing, what we can be doing during meditation, like Vipassana meditation. Does that answer the question of Mohit? Or maybe the question was by Ranyar Kumar Panda. I don't know for sure who has posed the question.
Mohit.
No,
Mohit,
I have not posted any question.
Mohit only.
But then maybe Ranyar Kumar. No, but your name is in the
Mohit.
chat.
No, it is Mohit only. Okay.
Or maybe Ranyar Kumar Panda has posed a question. So then the answer is placing a mirror in front of consciousness just means exactly the same as reflect
I don't
upon.
think so. Yes. No, I have never posed any question to you, sir.
Please complete. Raj.
Sir, just one clarification needed. Do we get certificate
Please
for
be
today's?
brief. 1 minute. Yeah.
Do we get certificate for today's webinar?
That they will decide and tell you. Don't worry. Last.
Thank you very much, sir. On behalf from Sri Lanka, I would like to thank the organizer and the Philosophical Forum, Professor Eminent Scholar, Panitsalam sir, and other participants. Wonderful day. Whole day I attend this conference webinar. Very useful and very scientifically presented presentations. So all the presentations are very much useful for us. And again, I would like to thank all the organizers and the presenters and participants. Thank you very much. I am from Sachidanandam from Eastern University, Sri Lanka.
Okay.
Professor Panniselvam, just one last observation.
Shantaji, only 1 minute. Only 1 minute.
1 minute, sir. Consciousness is the precondition for the possibility of any kind of experience, art experience, what we call rasa, any critiquing, affirmation, negation, doubt, miracles, or ordinary experience. It is the absolute necessity or necessary condition for the possibility of any kind of experience or cognition. And with regard to Maharana's observation, there is no one solution for all people. Everybody is unique. So one solution or one theory will not work out with people. That is why although the goal is the same, the means and methods are different. And therefore, there is no one solution, and there are infinite paths towards that same one goal of transcendence of duality, subject object duality. Subject alone is real. The cognizing subject consciousness alone is real. Everything else is to be transcended. That's all. Thank you.
Maharana, please conclude the session.
Finished.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks so much. Today is a very great day for all of us, and it is also very meaningful. I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Onir Selvam sir for organizing such a beautiful international seminar for the cause of philosophy. And today it is very meaningful with the presence of the scholars, professors all over the world. And today I express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of Chennai Philosophical Forum because it's the 12th annual celebration of CPF, and we all have to express our gratitude to the organizers. I express my gratitude to Professor Ramesh Chandra Pradhan sir for giving the introductory address on phenomenology as a philosophy of consciousness, problems, and perspective. I express my gratitude to Professor Raghavendra Pratap Singh. I express my gratitude to Professor Ponir Selvam sir for giving a very beautiful talk on phenomenology of consciousness, Indian Western perspective. I express my gratitude to Professor Satya Pradhan sir, Professor Saraj Angladrum sir, Professor Dr. Parmash Pompam, Dr. Mikil Storm, Professor Ranjan Kumar Pandya, Professor C.P. Hatrik, and Dr. Pramod Kumar Das for their enlightening speech on the subject phenomenology of consciousness. Today, they all have benefited us. They have extended the dimensions of our thought and the philosophical perspective and philosophical reflection. Today, I express my gratitude to Dr. K. Omanan Rao for beautifully moderating the second session, and I express all the peers, all the scholars and senior professors to be with us from the beginning to the end of the seminar. They have attended all the technical session along with the introductory session. And lastly, I would like to express my gratitude again to Professor Panil Selvam sir. I express my gratitude to Professor Pramod Kumar Das, the chief architect of philosophy family, the convener of philosophy family, to have beautifully expressed his talk and coordinating the program. And he has also recorded the entire program. So I express my gratitude to Professor Pramod Kumar Das. And with this, once again, I express my gratitude Professor Amita Balmiki Madam, Professor Ramawani Madam, Dr. Santa Madam for the beautiful observation with the senior professors of that is of today's webinar. And with this, once again, I express my gratitude to all the peers to be with us for the cause of philosophy. Now, I would like to express, now I would like to request Professor Panir Selvam sir to wind up this session by his last remark. Professor Panir Selvam sir.
We also thank you for chairing this third technical session. And also in the third technical session, we had very good papers or presentation by Ranjan Pandaji, then Mikkel Stam, and our good friend Professor Peter for their enriching and very thought-provoking talk. So we are very grateful to all of you, and also we take this opportunity to all those who are present during the program from morning till evening. And this has given us an encouragement to go further, to have more programs with your kind support and encouragement. And I personally thank my good friend Dash, Professor Dash, Om Narayan Rao, and Maharana for mainly arranging this program in such a beautiful way. So we disperse now and we'll meet soon through online modem, of course, either in CPF or by Philosophy Family online lectures. Thank you very much.